Chapter 41. After Jiang Wang left, a secret door suddenly slid open behind Fang Zihu. Fang Heling was tied to a chair and pushed out in an extremely humiliating manner. Full Moon Restaurant was originally the Fang family's business, which was why Fang Pingju had chosen to murder Jiang Wang here. Fang Zihu raised his hand, and the Fang family's consecrator who was pushing Fang Heling removed the restraints on his mouth and the ropes at the same time. However, Fang Heling didn't move. His entire body was like a pile of mud, limp on the chair. It turned out that he had been listening to the conversation in the private room under the consecrator's surveillance, but he couldn't speak or move. As you can see, Fang Zihu said, he defeated you with his true strength, without any tricks. There is a stark difference between you and Jiang Wang that you didn't notice. Fang Heling didn't speak, but his eyes looked at his father with a trace of pleading. Begging you, stop talking. As you can see, your father has lost all face because of you, Fang Zihu continued. Fang Heling's eyes drooped, and the light in his eyes dissipated. Fang Zihu walked in front of him and reached out to pinch his face, making him look at him. As you can see, our Fang family has been looked down upon because of you, Fang Zihu said. Fang Heling's tears rolled down. He reached out to stop them, and even wanted to push them back, but this resistance was too weak. He couldn't stop himself from being as weak as a dog. Fang Zihu's voice continued. For you, I suppressed your cousin's resources. For you, I gave up many benefits just to fight for a chance to enter the Tao Academy. For you, I could endure any grievance. But you became the laughingstock of the entire Maplewood City in front of everyone, and now you've abandoned yourself to despair like a piece of trash. You also made me, Fang Zihu, a joke. I didn't want to. Fang Heling shook his head, mumbled, and cried. Finally, he shouted, I didn't want it to be like this. Then prove it to me. Fang Zihu roared. The middle-aged man, who had already grasped the power of the Fang family, loosened his grip. Instead, he held Fang Heling's face with both hands and said slowly, Then prove it to me, my son. Leaving the Full Moon Restaurant, Jiang Wang's footsteps were not heavy. Frankly speaking, after entering the inner court, he was no longer worried about what the Fang family would do to him. The so-called Maplewood City's Fang clan was wealthy and powerful. But compared to the Tao Academy, it was nothing. As long as Jiang Wang made great progress in his cultivation, sooner or later, he would have an official position in the Zhuang state. He might even have a high position in the capital of Zhuang state, Xian City. There was no need to pay too much attention to the noble families of Maplewood City. But today, when Fang Zihu mentioned Jiang Anan, Jiang Wang really wanted to kill her. Even if the Fang family didn't do anything else but instruct some of their children to bully and in the school, Jiang Wang couldn't stand it. He could accept some grievances, but couldn't. His father had already passed away, and his aunt had already remarried. Jiang Anan only had him left. Are you full? Hey! You're still wiping it on my clothes. Jiang Wang reached out and pulled Jiang Anan's little head away. At that moment, she was in his arms and secretly rubbing her mouth full of oil on Jiang Wang's shoulder. Jiang Anan blinked her big eyes. Her little mouth was already clean, but she pouted very innocently. You didn't even wipe my hands. Jiang Wang immediately surrendered. His voice was very helpless. Look at which part of my body is still clean. Do whatever you want. He had given up on himself. Jiang Anan was busy wiping her little hands when she suddenly remembered something. What did you just say? Let me ask you. Sigh. Jiang Wang sighed and said directly, Caoji Mutton Shop? Yes. Jiang Anan nodded vigorously. She reached out her little hand, cupped her brother's face, and turned it to the left. This way. Jiang Wang moved back in disdain. I know the way. Jiang Anan was already jumping for joy. Giddy up. Jiang Wang carried Jiang Anan and turned in the direction of the mutton restaurant. By the way, Sir wants you to go to the private school tomorrow. This time, Jiang Anan really remembered this matter. Jiang Wang frowned. Did your sir say what it was about? Jiang Anan thought for a while, and buried her head in Jiang Wang's chest. She said in a muffled voice, I don't know. Jiang Wang was immediately worried. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, a conversation that only existed between Dong Ah and Wei Qiuji was also in progress. If it's really as I think, with this bait, there's no need to worry that they won't take the bait. When those demons jump out, we'll close the net in one fell swoop and kill them all. Wei Qiuji clenched his fist and waved it. That's the whole plan. The plan is very tight. Dong Ah nodded, his expression still unchanged. But I don't think it's very meaningful. Why? Do you think? Dong Ah looked at him mockingly. That the group of people who caused the tragedy in Xiaolin Town still needs to appear in Maplewood City? What do you mean? I don't understand the white bone path you're talking about, and I also don't understand what's so attractive about that thing you worked so hard to obtain. However, the Dao debate between the three cities is a major event, and Maplewood City is heavily guarded. Is that thing really worth the risk? It's impossible for fools to play us around and sacrifice Xiaolin Town right under our noses. Besides, you can't be sure whether or not they're from the White Bone Path, right? Then we can only give it a try, Dong Ah. The incident in Xiaolin Town happened so long ago. This mansion can't just ignore it. But how confident are you? Do you want to gamble with the safety of all of Maplewood City's citizens on your confidence? Maplewood City belongs to this mansion. This mansion has already made up my mind. Dong Ah slapped the table and stood up. Maplewood City belongs to the Zhuang state. Dong Ah, think about it. Wei Qiuji had no choice but to soften his attitude. In the state of Qin, the state of Jing, and even the neighboring state of Yong, can they really do something like this? They sacrificed an entire town, thousands of people and generations of souls that should have been resting in peace. If the Clear River Underwater Palace makes a move, the entire army of Qinghe County will have to be mobilized. If a heart-devouring demon appears, all of Qinghe County's arrest department will swarm over. They know us like the back of their hand, but we know nothing about them. Do you really want to see something like this happen? It's time. We have to get to the bottom of this. Wei Qiuji sat down dejectedly. Yes, we're all responsible. Those people who died unjustly should have cursed you and me before they died. His voice was tired. Let's go with your plan. The Dao Academy will cooperate. If those demons really do appear again, let me see. If good and evil have their retribution. If those people are really from the White Bone Path, the Dark Abyss Candle should be very important to them. After all, it's something that was taken from there. No matter what, I'll cooperate with you fully this time. I hope this Dao debate between the three cities won't become a joke in Qinghe County. They may come, they may not. But I can only give it a try. Wei Qiuji murmured and asked, that Zhu Weiwa, is he really unable to make it back? Did something happen to him? His battlefield isn't here. Dong Azui turned his head and seemed to see somewhere in the distant sky through the window. He's destined to shine in the Dao Academy. It's a waste to ask for a spot. I hope Zhang Linchuan can win the spot for the Dao debate between the three cities. This way, Maplewood City will have 2 talents from the Dao Academy. Your plan is perfect. I'll guide them with all my might. Just take it as a tiny bit of redemption for me. In the dark room, someone sighed. The seat was empty. Thank you to my book friends Shin Io Luodanwan, 9 meters, and Huang Azan for your tips. Another thing, please don't force yourself when it comes to giving out gift. Just give me all your recommendation tickets. If you have time, please help me promote this book. Thank you everyone. Let's work hard together. Chapter 42. What? Cheating in exams? Skipping classes? Not obedient at all? In this private school called Illustrious Virtue Hall, Jiang Wang was shocked and angry. When he heard An say that her teacher wanted to see him yesterday, he felt uneasy. Because it was easy to link it to Fang Zihu's threat. If the Fang family pulled some tricks, such as using their connections to get An expelled from the private school, he really couldn't do anything about it. He was even prepared to pay for a tutor for An. But he didn't expect that Jiang and An's teacher really wanted to see him just because Jiang and didn't perform well. Jiang Wang felt a great sense of absurdity. When teachers taught, it was common for students to be hit, stand, and copy books. There was never a teacher who couldn't do anything about his students. After all, Jiang Wang was already a student in the academy, but Xiao Tianmian still made him copy books. How bad and disobedient must a student be to be ordered to communicate with their parents? Take a look. The old teacher of Illustrious Virtue Hall threw over a stack of books. I punished her by copying the 1,000-character classic. Look at what she copied. Jiang Wang took the books with both hands and looked at them. He was about to say that there was no problem with the content since it was indeed the 1,000-character classic. But he quickly realized that there was nothing wrong with the content, but there were 7 or 8 different handwriting styles. This meant that Jiang An had even cheated when she copied the books. Jiang Wang just wanted to cover his eyes. He couldn't bear to look. He had been punished by Xiao Tianmian to copy books 100 times, but he hadn't thought of asking someone to help him. Instead, he had copied the books word by word. How many nights had he stayed up? Why was Jiang An's mind so active? She cheated in exams too? Jiang Wang asked with a trembling voice. I caught her helping someone else with the questions during the quiz. The old man's voice suddenly rose. She failed the quiz herself. How could she? Jiang An was next to him. She lowered her head and looked pitiful, but her big eyes secretly glanced at Jiang Wang's expression. Every time Jiang Wang looked over, she would immediately look away. There was also a little girl in the room. She was lying on a chair and playing with her fingers. It was probably the student who had asked Jiang Anan to help him cheat. His attitude was too arrogant. Her appearance was quite good. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite. Although she hadn't fully grown yet, it was obvious that she was a beauty. Only that little nose of hers was raised very high, appearing to be a little too proud. Everything she was wearing was very expensive. She looked exactly like a little demoness in this world. That was true. How could she expect Jiang Anan, who had failed her exams, to help her cheat? How could she be a good student who loved to study? Jiang Wang told himself to calm down. His sister was introverted, quiet, well-behaved, and cute. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. The evidence was irrefutable. Jiang Wang grabbed Jiang Anan, turned around and walked out. Come home with me. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and the father is at fault for not teaching his son well. He decided that it was time to show his authority as a parent. How did that timid little girl become like this in just a few months? He decided to give her a good beating, at least 10 slaps. It was too embarrassing to be beaten in school, so he wanted to bring her home and beat her up. 3 slaps. 3 slaps was quite harsh. It would hurt for a long time. At this moment, the little witch jumped up and waved. She said crisply, "Goodbye, Anan." Jiang Anan was holding Jiang Wang's hand as they walked out. She had already sensed that something was wrong and lowered her head for a long time. When she heard her friend's greeting, she raised her other hand and was about to reply. Jiang Wang pulled her hand forcefully and interrupted this friendly farewell. After leaving Illustrious Virtue Hall, they walked south along Xuanwu Street and passed by Caoji Mutton's stall. When she smelled the aroma of the mutton, Jiang Anan coughed deliberately. In the past, Jiang Wang would stop and lead her in as long as she looked or sniffed. But today, Jiang Wang held her hand and walked past without looking sideways. Jiang Anan understood that her brother was really angry. They turned left and walked onto Greenwood Avenue. East of Greenwood Avenue, at the end of which was Pegasus Alley. Their house was in Pegasus Alley. Brother! Jiang Anan shouted. But Jiang Wang didn't say anything. Brother! Jiang Anan shook Jiang Wang's hand lightly. Jiang Wang snorted through his nose to express his cold attitude. At this moment, they were in front of the house. Jiang Anan said, Brother, let me open the door. I brought the key. Jiang Wang unlocked the door and pushed open the door. He let go of Anan's hand and deliberately said in a cold voice, Go in. He couldn't let Jiang Anan think that he could get away with this easily. A 4 or 5-year-old child was slowly developing a personality. He had to teach her a lesson. Jiang Anan's small hand touched Jiang Wang's hand. When she saw that Jiang Wang didn't want to hold her hand anymore, she lowered her hand dejectedly. But she immediately thought of something. She became energetic and ran to the front. Jiang Wang followed her into the bedroom and saw Jiang Anan running straight to her small bed. Jiang Wang was about to stop her. Usually, whenever Jiang Anan didn't want to do something, she would lie on the bed and shout, Oh, I'm so sleepy. I'm asleep. She could easily get away with it. However, Jiang Anan suddenly lowered her body, and her small body immediately went under the bed. Can't I hit you if you hide under the bed? Jiang Wang was so angry that he almost laughed. He took the broom by the door and blocked Jiang Anan's small bed. But Anan quickly got out. She held a small wooden box and rubbed under the bed for a while. Her small face was already covered in dust. She raised the old wooden box high with both hands and said excitedly, This is for you. Jiang Wang leaned the broom against the cabinet and took the small wooden box suspiciously. What is it? He opened the small wooden box and saw a pile of silver, pure gold, pearls, and so on. His eyes shone brightly. Jiang Wang's heart suddenly clenched. He held the wooden box with one hand and said in an unprecedentedly stern voice, Where did you get this? Jiang Anan had never seen her brother like this before. She immediately panicked. She pursed her lips and whimpered, I earned it. Earned it? Jiang Wang's hand trembled. Where did you earn it? How did you earn it? He threw the wooden box to the ground, making a loud noise. Speak. The gold, silver, and pearls scattered on the ground. Jiang Anan was scared out of her wits and cried, Helping a classmate take the exam. Helping a classmate take the exam can earn you so much money? Jiang Anan sobbed, Qingji. Qingji is very rich. I helped her take the exam and she gave me money. Jiang Wang only felt that his heart, which had been hanging high in the air, was slowly being put down again. He began to regret being too fierce just now. He squatted down and held Jiang Anan's small shoulders with both hands. She was like an overly delicate porcelain, as if she would shatter if he didn't protect her. When did the family need you to earn money? Jiang Wang looked at her and reached out to wipe her tears. Big brother is rich, very rich. Do you understand? Jiang Anan whimpered. Didn't you borrow money from that pretty boy to buy a house? You have to pay back the money you borrowed. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered that when he went to ask Zhao Ruqing for money and a house, he carried Anan with him. Poor Anan. Her little box, the heart she carefully held, how sad must she have been when it was thrown to the ground. Jiang Wang looked at her. Tears flowed down her dusty little face, washing away the color of snow. Jiang Wang's nose turned sour. His heart suddenly became incomparably soft and shattered into pieces. Thank you to book friend Shi Zichu for your help. Thank you to book friend Shin Io, book friend Loser Ajan, and book friend Yen Ergu for their tip. And quickly recommend Jiang Anan. Chapter 43. Anan. Jiang Wang squatted on the ground and held Anan in his arms. He held her little head and rubbed it over and over again. Don't be so obedient. I don't need you to be so obedient. His voice was inexplicably hoarse. You can be willful and naive. You can do whatever you like, but you don't have to be so sensible. He regretted not avoiding Jiang Anan when he asked Zhao Ruqing for money. He kept telling himself that his sister was introverted and sensitive, but he ignored it. He and Zhao Ruqing were indeed as close as brothers. They could even share superior cultivation techniques, let alone worldly possessions like gold and silver. But he forgot that Anan didn't know. She would only think that she was a burden to her brother. In order to give her a home, her brother asked others for money. Oh my God! Since his father passed away, Jiang Wang had almost never shed tears. But at this moment, he hid behind Jiang Anan's little head, and tears fell like rain. Brother, what's wrong? Jiang Anan asked after a while. Ah, no, nothing. Jiang Wang controlled his emotions and still hugged Jiang Anan. Don't call Zhao Ruqing a gigolo in the future. He'll be unhappy. But he's really fair. Gigolo doesn't mean that his face is very fair. Forget it, you can call him whatever you want. Don't worry about whether he's happy or not. Okay. After making sure that there were no more tears and that she didn't cry, Jiang Wang pulled Jiang Anan away from his arms and looked at her seriously. I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. It's my first time being a brother. I didn't do well. Jiang Anan twisted the corner of her clothes and was a little embarrassed. It's my first time being a sister too. I didn't do well either. I shouldn't have cheated. I shouldn't have made Master angry. Really? Jiang Wang wiped Jiang Anan's little face with his thumbs and gently wiped away her tears. So it's your first time being a sister? Jiang Anan nodded. Jiang Wang moved his thumbs in front of Jiang Anan and held them up. Then you're really talented. I've never seen a better sister than you. He and then smiled sheepishly. It was already winter, and there were still traces of tears on her little face. But with this smile, all the springs were in full bloom. Everyone in the world had their own destiny, and everyone's destiny was different. Half of what he said was bullshit. Sun Xiaoyan felt that he was really stupid. Really, how could he believe the so-called sibling love? How could he believe the words of that she-devil? There's a lot of good food outside, all of which can't be eaten in Three Mountain City. I promise I won't bully him. I'll definitely set a good example. Please let me lead the team. Just think of it as me and my brother going on a trip. We'll be very happy. The sound was still in his ears, the sound was still in his ears. Sun Xiaoyan, who was 13 years old this year, had a rather delicate and pretty name, but she was very chubby. Whoosh, whoosh. He struggled to breathe as he ran forward. His entire abdomen was burning and he was sweating profusely. Her bright and beautiful clothes could no longer be seen clearly. They were wrinkled and dirty. He felt that he could immediately go limp and collapse into a pile of mud, a pig, or anything else that could collapse. But he didn't dare. He really wanted to cry. He should have hugged his mother's thigh and not let go. How could he have been blinded by lard and mistakenly believed in his enemy? He ran and ran. From afar, it was almost impossible to see his legs. He looked like a colorful ball rolling. He didn't want to roll, unless he could roll back. He, Sun Xiaoyan, was the son of the Three Mountains City Lord, the only male descendant of the Sun family. How glorious would he be in Three Mountains City! He could be said to be below one person and above everyone else. Why did he take things too hard and go on a long trip alone with that person? Wasn't it good to act like a tyrant in Three Mountains City? Wasn't it good to bully other children? The tiger was gone, so why couldn't he call himself a tyrant? Sun Xiaoyan stopped. It wasn't that anger arose from his heart, or that evil came from his guts. He didn't have the guts to do that. But he really felt that he had reached his limit. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he really couldn't run anymore. At this moment, he heard an incomparably familiar voice approaching him at an astonishing speed. Sun. Small. Fat. Sun Xiaoyan didn't even have time to react before a sparkling, white, and beautiful foot imprinted on his buttocks in a not-so-beautiful way. This time, he really rolled. He whizzed past on the official road, rolling wildly. When he finally stopped, his face was already bruised and swollen. He sat on the ground shakily, feeling as if the whole world was shaking. The first thing that appeared in his squinted eyes was a pair of bare feet that looked like they were carved from jade. They were bare all the way up to the calves, and then there was a pair of trousers that were very convenient for fighting. The owner of the bare feet was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. She had a delicate and cute little face, which complemented her petite figure. Compared to her, the fat Sun Xiaoyan was almost a giant, but he pouted as if he was about to cry. "Sister, I can't run anymore. I feel like I can't do it anymore." "I don't need your feeling. I need to feel it." Sun Xiaoman squatted down and looked at him with a smile. "I feel that you can do it." Sun Xiaoman's attitude of wanting to communicate gave Sun Xiaoyan courage. He simply lay on the ground and groaned. "Io, I'm going to die. I can't move." He looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "If you have the ability, then beat me to death." He was a ball when he stood, and he was also a ball when he lay down. His figure was very average. "Is it so difficult for you to lose weight?" Sun Xiaoman asked. In order to make him lose weight, Sun Xiaoman forced him to run with only his body strength. The others could casually use the divine travel talisman. They could walk and rest whenever they wanted. Sun Xiaoyan was inexplicably angry. "I was born fat." "There is no such thing as a born fat person, only a lazy fat person." Inexplicably, it was a bit encouraging, however. Sun Xiaoyan remained unmoved. She even closed her small eyes as if saying, "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." "You're as fat as a ball. When you go on stage, won't you embarrass our Tri-Mountain City? Everyone calls us mountain barbarians. What face does Tri-Mountain City have?" Sun Xiaoman pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Sun Xiaoyan was shocked. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at his sister pitifully. "You're my biological sister. How can an elder sister be so cruel to her younger brother? And I'm still so young. I'm still a child. Moreover, as the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that very happy?" He spoke one after another, and his logic was very clear. "People say that you have to give a date after a stick when educating a child. I only see a stick here. There's not even a date stone." Sun Xiaoyan became more and more aggrieved as he spoke. In the end, he actually started to cry. Sigh. Sun Xiaoman looked at him helplessly. She gently patted his chest and looked very gentle. "It's my first time being an elder sister. I didn't do well." She grabbed Sun Xiaoyan's clothes and lifted him up from the ground. "Get up and hit me." She sent Sun Xiaoyan flying with a punch and roared, "Can't you be a man? Stop crying and crying." The other people from Tri-Mountain City looked at this scene silently. They shrunk their necks, and no one dared to speak up. Sun Xiaoyan did a somersault in the air. After he landed, he didn't say anything and started to run again. Although he couldn't be killed, it hurt. No choice. Run. In front. Maplewood City is in front, right? How much longer? How much longer? Woo woo woo. Chapter 44. Three Mountain City was located in the southeastern part of Qinghe County and could be considered remote. The entire city was surrounded by mountains, and three peaks were the most famous, which was why it was called Three Mountain City. These three peaks were called Shubi, Yuheng, and Filai. Because the people in this city were poor and isolated, they were often called mountain barbarians. Many people couldn't even afford shoes. They walked barefoot through the mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. As long as the people from Three Mountain City arrived, this year's Three Cities Dao discussion could officially begin. The people from Wangjiang City had already entered the city a day earlier. Geographically speaking, Three Mountain City was slightly further from Three Mountain City in a straight line, but not by much. However, the water route from Wangjiang City to Maplewood City was extremely convenient. If one took a boat down the Xinjiang River and turned into a tributary of the Green Willow River, one could arrive in a day if the wind was right. It would take 3 to 4 days for a commoner to walk from Three Mountain City to Maplewood City, and this was because there were official roads. It didn't mean that the students who didn't participate could rest. During the entire Three Cities Tao discussion, they still had to help the government maintain order. New disciples like Ling He and Zhao Ruqing couldn't slack off. Under such circumstances, they had nothing to complain about when a portion of the city guards were stationed in the city. The team from Three Mountain City would definitely enter from the south gate, so they were already waiting at the south gate to welcome them after receiving the notice. How long do we have to wait? Zhao Ruqing yawned. If I knew that I wouldn't be able to leave in the end, I would have participated myself. Why did I give my spot to third brother? At this moment, Jiang Wang was resting at home in the name of preparing for the competition. However, they, who didn't need to participate, had already been patrolling for 3 days. The difference in treatment was so great. Sigh. Huang Azan also shook his head. I also saw that senior brother Zhang is old and soft-hearted. Otherwise, I would have been the leader. Why would I waste my time with you little kids? As a third-year student, no matter how much he bragged, he should have stopped at Li Jianqiu. However, he jumped to the 5th year in one step and directly became the leader. One could only say that the path of bragging was endless. Zhao Ruqing and Ling He turned to look at him and gave him a look of approval. Really? While Huang Azan was puzzled, a faint voice sounded behind him. Am I very old? Huang Azan almost jumped up. What I want to say is, senior brother Zhang is a person of virtue and prestige. Zhang Linchuan was behind him, keeping a distance of about 2 steps. With a faint smile, he said, How can you be so soft-hearted for the sake of Maplewood City? Why don't you take back the position of team leader? Sigh. Ouch. Huang Azan's voice was hoarse. Why does my stomach hurt so much? Senior brothers and junior brothers, please excuse me. I'll be back soon. He clutched his stomach with a pained expression, hunched his back, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Of course, he wouldn't return. He would rather be punished by the Tao Academy and have his Tao points deducted. Zhao Ruqing pursed his lips. He was just having a good time with his mouth. This Huang Azan was really courting death. It seemed that after Tiger Du left, he drank too little wine. Senior martial brother Zhang. Ling He had a proper temperament. He first bowed to his senior martial brother before asking, Why are you here? Zhang Linchuan nodded in return. The Tao discussion is imminent. I have to observe the situation of the enemy. It seemed that Dong A had indeed given him a lot of pressure. He, who liked cleanliness, was even willing to squeeze into the crowd to observe the situation of the enemy. In fact, there were also many commoners squeezed at the south gate. Compared to the rich people of Wangjiang City, they were more interested in the so-called mountain barbarians. They're here. A commotion came from the front. The students from Tri-Mountain City's Tao Academy had finally arrived. Unlike the cultivators of Wangjiang City, who brought a bunch of servants as if they were going out for a vacation, only 6 people came from Tri-Mountain City. There were exactly 6 spots for each city to participate in the Tao discussion. They walked in from the south gate in a formation of 1, 3, and 2. Almost immediately, everyone looked at their feet. It was said that every family of the mountain barbarians only had 1 pair of shoes, which were only worn by those who were going on long trip. And they weren't disappointed. The girl walking at the front of the group from Tri-Mountain City was barefooted. This kind of judgmental gaze that carried a hint of discrimination would undoubtedly make people unhappy. Therefore, Ling He immediately went up to them. Fellow Taoists of Tri-Mountain City, Ling He of Maplewood City's Tao Academy has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Let's go to the Tao Academy to rest and have a meal first. I'll bring you guys to familiarize yourself with the Tao discussion venue later. Logically speaking, The third-year Huang Azan should be the person in charge of welcoming the guests from Tri-Mountain City. However, the dispatcher appointed Ling He as the reason for his poor image. Ling He's sincerity made him very suitable for this job. The people from Tri-Mountain City didn't even have time to be unhappy before they followed behind Ling He. To Zhao Ruqing's surprise, the commoners crowded near the city gate were more focused on the round and fat figure in the middle of the group from Tri-Mountain City. Unlike the simple and neat clothes of the others, he was wearing a hooded black robe. His entire face was hidden in the hood, which made him look especially strange and eye-catching. Zhao Ruqing could even hear some people's discussions. "That's their strongest person, right? Of course. He's standing in the center of the crowd. Look at his aura. It looks terrifying. Our Maplewood City has to be vigilant. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang family's Zhang Linchuan isn't someone to be trifled with. He seems to be a vegetarian. The last time he came to our restaurant, he didn't even try the bear paws. He only ate a few chopsticks of vegetables. I gave them the vegetables." The topic gradually deviated. As for the little girl walking at the front of the group from Tri-Mountain City, she was really too harmless. Even if she was really beautiful, petite, and cute. But after all, the world of cultivators was a cruel world. Only the truly strong would be valued. As part of the welcoming team, Zhao Ruqing naturally chatted with the cultivators from Tri-Mountain City. However, these people didn't talk much. Moreover, they paid attention to their formation and firmly protected the black-robed person in the center. It was as if they were afraid that someone would study their secret magic tool. Young Master Zhao pretended to unintentionally squeeze in a few times, but was unable to, so he gave up. However, he noticed that the expressions of the cultivators from Tri-Mountain City were a little strange. Zhang Linchuan didn't stay with them. He only squeezed into the crowd and took a few glances before leaving. Under Ling He's enthusiastic introduction and the barefoot girl's taciturn response, the group turned right and headed in the direction of the Dao Academy. The barefoot girl suddenly stopped and turned her gaze to a restaurant by the street. On the second floor of the restaurant, a scholarly young man stood by the window. He had one hand behind his back and the other holding a cup, greeting the barefoot girl from afar. He revealed an impeccable smile. The barefoot girl didn't look sideways and walked forward. Ling He recognized him. That was the leader of Wangjiang City's Dao discussion this time. He was also the number 1 on Wangjiang City's Dao Academy's Dao merit list, Lin Jingren. Chapter 45. Lin Jingren watched the people from Three Mountain City leave. Before he could say anything, his younger brother, Lin Jingli, said indignantly, "The mountain barbarians are rude." Lin Jingren was the leader of Wangjiang City's team this time. Lin Jingli was the representative of the first-year students from Wangjiang City's Dao Academy. Lin Jingren only smiled and did not comment. The Wangjiang City cultivators present were all wearing pearls and jade. They were either rich or noble in Wangjiang City, so it was inevitable that they had some bad habit. Even in Maplewood City, they were fearless and could scold whoever they wanted. When the Dao discussion starts, we must teach them a lesson. The people from Maplewood City are not that good. I said I wanted to go to Fragrance of 3 Fragrances, but they ignored me. So stingy. Ha ha ha, they are poor. Look at the courtyard where we are staying. Is it even for humans? There is not even a floor tile. That mattress is just ordinary silk. Sigh, what can these poor and destitute people do? I've already asked the servants to do it. Let's just make do for 2 days. While everyone was scolding, a voice suddenly said, "Where is Fu Baosong? He didn't come again? Who cares?" Lin Jingli sneered. "I don't know how the dean let him in. He is so sour and smelly." Lin Jingren gently placed his wine cup on the table, and Lin Jingli immediately shut up. Lin Jingren raised his chopstick. The atmosphere became lively again. Under Jiang Wang's supervision, Jiang Anan returned the box of treasures that she had earned from her classmate. She also said that she would no longer help her classmates cheat in exams. In the future, she would do her best in exams, show her style, and achieve good results to bring glory to the Jiang family. Her condition was that she had to add a portion of Gui Xiangzhai's pastries after dinner every time. She was not afraid of losing her teeth. While Ling He and the others were entertaining their friends from Three Mountain City, Jiang Wang also came to the illustrious Virtue Hall after finishing his cultivation for the day to fetch his sister from school. It had to be said that with the help of the elemental control technique, his control of Tao energy had improved at a very impressive speed. The most intuitive manifestation was that he could now easily arrange the array point. It had been a long time since he had made a mistake. In addition, the 4-spirit body tempering art strengthened his body and greatly increased the number of times he cultivated. If he hadn't restrained himself, he might have already succeeded in laying the foundation. But even if he did not maximize the potential of his body, he was not far from laying the foundation. After picking up Jiang Anan, he was about to have a good meal when a girl with a head full of pigtails suddenly jumped in front of him. He pointed at Jiang Wang and said rudely, "Are you the one who forbade An from playing with me?" Jiang Wang recognized her. She was the little witch he had seen at the illustrious Virtue Hall that day. She looked like a spoiled little girl. Just the small pearls, jade beads, and emerald beads hanging from her braids were enough to show her wealth. Jiang Wang had no reason to be calculative with this child. "Little friend, I only asked and not to cheat with you. I didn't ask her not to play with you." The pig-tailed girl snorted. "Then why did you return those treasures to me? Those are the proof of our friendship." Friendship can't be proven with money. Jiang Wang did not have much patience for other people's children. He casually lectured her and said, "All right, I'm going home with Anan." "No. You can't leave until you explain yourself." The pig-tailed girl spread her arms and blocked his way. Jiang Wang had no choice but to use his trump card. "I'll tell your teacher." "You dare?" The pig-tailed girl angrily rolled up her sleeves. "Do you think I won't beat you up?" Before Jiang Wang could say anything, Jiang Anan said, "Qingji, if you hit my brother, I won't play with you anymore." "Hey, don't." "Then I won't hit him." The girl named Qingji rolled up her sleeves again. Jiang Wang was speechless when he heard this. "You think you can beat me? You little brat." "I'll say it again, little friend. As long as you don't do bad things together, like cheating or playing truant, I won't stop An from playing with you. Do you understand? If you understand, then wait here for your family to pick you up. And I are going to drink some stewed meatball soup now." Jiang Anan originally wanted to say a few words to her good friend, but when she heard that they were going to drink soup, she immediately lost interest. She waved her hands and said, "Goodbye, Qingji. See you tomorrow." The pig-tailed girl waved her hands and made way for Jiang Wang to leave with Jiang Anan in his arms. Looking at Jiang Wang's back, she snorted and muttered, "What's so great about him?" The cultivators of Tri-Mountain City finally arrived at the small courtyard prepared for them by the Tao Academy in Maplewood City. As soon as the door closed, the black-robed man, who was regarded as a hidden demon king by the citizens of Maplewood City, sat down on the ground and said with grief and indignation, "Can we disperse now? I'm already in Maplewood City, where can I run to?" On the way, he had tried over 100 ways to escape back to Tri-Mountain City, but he was caught every time. In the end, when he got close to Maplewood City, he was surrounded and forced into the city. When the cultivators of Tri-Mountain City heard this, they all looked up at the sky, the ground, and 2 of them even looked at each other's fingers. But not a single one of them moved. The real great demon king hopped into the rooms. After going through all 6 rooms, he jumped back into the courtyard. She pointed at the westernmost room. There was a silver chain on each of her wrists, and a small silver hammer dangled from the end of the chain. The hammer swayed with her movements. "All right, you guys go and choose your rooms. That room is mine. Only then did everyone disperse. Little fatty Sun. Sun Xiaoman called out to Sun Xiaoyan, who had crawled to her feet. You'll stay in the room next to mine. I don't want to. Sun Xiaoyan roared, but when she met Sun Xiaoman's eyes, her voice immediately lowered. Can I not? No, you can't. Sun Xiaoman blinked. She had a pair of large and bright eyes, and when she blinked, it was like a stream reflecting the moonlight. However, Sun Xiaoyan only wanted to tremble. Sun Xiaoman skipped forward with her small hands behind her back. The pair of small silver hammers swayed from side to side, and from time to time, they would knock, making a crisp sound. Little fatty, come with me, Sun Xiaoyan reluctantly followed behind her. When they entered the room, she said pitifully, Can you not call me Little Fatty Sun? I have a big name. All right, Little Fatty Sunday. Sun Xiaoman turned around and waved her hand indifferently. Come, sit here. Sun Xiaoyan sat down obediently, and his piled-up fat filled the armchair. Sun Xiaoman reached out and took off his hood, revealing his chubby face. This is swollen. When Sun Xiaoman was not fierce, her voice was actually very soft and cute. Oh my God, I'm being cared for. Sun Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. However, he immediately reacted. Bah! He spat in his heart. Sun Xiaoman took out a small jade bottle and opened the cork, and a wisp of fragrance floated out. She used her little fingernail to pick out a translucent ointment and gently pressed it on Sun Xiaoyan's face, slowly spreading it with her fingertip. Sun Xiaoyan did not dare to be stubborn, and he stood still to receive it. At first, his face felt cool, and then he felt comfortable. All the painful areas seemed to have been relieved in an instant. It's done. After Sun Xiaoman finished applying the ointment, she patted Sun Xiaoyan's big face. Apply it for a night, and the swelling will go down tomorrow. Sun Xiaoyan almost subconsciously wanted to say thank you, but he bit back his words. Sun Xiaoman put away the small jade bottle and said with a smile, Remember not to be so impulsive in the future. It'll be ugly if you're disfigured, and you'll embarrass the Tri-Mountain City. Who hit me? Sun Xiaoyan was sad and indignant, but he still forced a smile on his face and said obediently, Okay, it'll be resolved. Chapter 46. On October 10th, this year's Three Cities Tao Symposium officially began under the watchful eyes of both the overt and covert. The first year, third year, and fifth year students naturally had separate Tao discussions. For example, the two first-year students from Maplewood City had to fight the first-year students from Tri-Mountain City and Wangjiang City respectively. After the first round of battle, the remaining three victors took turns to battle. That was Battle Armor Second, Battle Armor Second, Battle Armor Third, and Battle Armor Third. A win would earn 3 points, a draw would earn 1 point, and a loss would earn 0 points. The one with the highest points would be the champion of the Three Cities Tao discussion. In this way, it depended on individual strength as well as the overall strength of the Tao Academy. After all, if two people came from the same Tao Academy in the final round, they could easily preserve their strength and target the other person. The first-year students' Tao discussion began first. 3 cities, 6 cultivators, and 3 battles began at the same time. The competition venue was arranged in the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Because this was often the place where the city guards would pledge their allegiance, the commoners called it the martial arts practice field. The first-year students from the City Tao Academy were basically in a state where they had just laid their foundation. They mainly fought with Tao spells, but they also had to use martial arts. This was a competition that the commoners could understand the most, so it was even more popular. Early in the morning, the place was surrounded. The commoners of Maplewood City brought their families and gathered around the martial arts practice field. The city guards were only able to maintain order after being mobilized. Jiang Ainan's school didn't have classes today, so Ling He naturally brought her to watch the competition. Because there were too many people, Jiang Anan sat on Ling He's shoulder. At this moment, she was clapping her hands and cheering for her brother loudly. Zhao Ruqing and Huang Azan were naturally the first to watch Jiang Wang's competition. However, as rich and imposing as Zhao Ruqing was, he naturally wouldn't do something as ungentlemanly as shouting in person. Not far away, the dozen or so burly men he had hired were shouting at the top of their lungs. Jiang Wang, victory! Jiang Wang, victory! There were also 2 large flags fluttering in the wind, punching the 3 mountains, even more unrivaled in the eyes. Stepping on the Wangjiang, who will be called a hero. However, Jiang Wang definitely wouldn't appreciate it. For a moment, Jiang Wang's shouts overwhelmed the entire audience. This Dao discussion seemed to have become Jiang Wang's personal performance. From time to time, people would whisper to each other, asking who this Jiang Wang was. After learning that it was a contestant from Maplewood City, the simple and honest citizens of Maplewood City cheered. Standing in the arena, Jiang Wang felt very awkward. The 3 matches were held close to each other, and all 6 cultivators were present. Jiang Wang realized that he had become a public enemy from the way those people looked at him. If it weren't for the rules, it would have been a 1 versus 5 fight. This included the senior brother from Maplewood City's Dao Academy. He's just a show-off. What's there to be proud of? Lin Zhengli from Wangjiang City was the most dissatisfied. He didn't look at his opponent. Instead, he spat in Jiang Wang's direction. His voice was neither soft nor loud. Jiang Wang turned a deaf ear to him. The entire martial arts practice field was divided into 3 battlefields, leaving a large buffer between the lines. The cultivator from the county academy was the main referee, and the 2 instructors from Maplewood City's Dao Academy were the assistant referees. The battle was very simple. The one who fell lost, so there was no need to worry about the referee being biased. In fact, the main purpose of the referee was to prevent young cultivators from losing control and dying. Jiang Wang's opponent was from Tri-Mountain City. This person was short but stocky. He wore a tight-fitting martial attire, and his muscles were as thick as rock. Both sides bowed and stood still. At the referee's command, Jiang Wang drew his sword. He rose like a dragon, and his sword pierced through the shooting stars. Almost at the same time that the cultivator from Tri-Mountain City was halfway through his hand seals, Jiang Wang had already closed in with his sword. Decisive and fast. Among the combat methods of transcendence, the Eastern Purple Chi sword art had an overwhelming advantage. During the internal selection of Maplewood City's Dao Academy, he had defeated Fong Helling with this move. Now, it seemed like he was going to repeat the same thing. But to Jiang Wang's and the audience's surprise, this cultivator from Tri-Mountain City did not dodge. He did not even move. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Wang's sword. His hand was steady, and his Dao formula was taking shape under his gaze. Under such circumstances, he could either give up and dodge or admit defeat. But with the speed Jiang Wang displayed, he would not have a chance to use the next Dao technique after dodging. And he made a completely different choice from Fong Helling. Earth elemental essence Qi gathered wildly. Jiang Wang felt a force erupting from the ground. Of course, he knew what it was. He was confident that he could stab his opponent's heart before the earth spikes arrived, but his feet would be pierced by the earth spikes that would soon follow. Exchanging injury for death, he still won. But he did not want to be so victorious. Jiang Wang's sword turned and separated from the earth spikes that had erupted from his feet. He used the momentum to flip back and return to his original position. At this time, the dense and sharp earth spikes finally covered the area around the cultivator from Tri-Mountain City. This cultivator from Tri-Mountain City, the person who was derided as a mountain barbarian, had just used his life to turn the situation around. He immediately kicked out several times, breaking the earth spikes in front of him and sending them flying. The earth spikes were like javelins that howled as they shot towards Jiang Wang. and this cultivator from Tri-Mountain City followed behind the howling earth spikes and charged at Jiang Wang. Under Jiang Ainan's nervous gaze, Jiang Wang spun like the wind and moved through the group of spikes that were attacking him. He was completely unharmed. The cultivator from Tri-Mountain City was close. His short and stocky body leapt high into the air. His fist gradually condensed into stone and expanded into an enormous fist the size of a small mountain. Overturning rock fist. Offense and defense reversed. He could not take it head-on. Jiang Wang held his sword horizontally in front of him, using the flat of his sword to touch the stone fist. He wanted to use the momentum to drift away and find another opportunity. No matter what, foundational Xiuzhi had limited Dao energy and could not use too many Dao technique. As long as he could stall for time, he would definitely win with his swordsmanship. However, the stone fist suddenly flipped over and grabbed the sword in Jiang Wang's hand, crushing it to pieces. Overturning rock fist was only a high-grade Dao technique. Although Jiang Wang had not grasped it, he was still very familiar with it. He had never thought that this Dao technique would have such a nimble transformation. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Wang threw away the sword hilt and grabbed the stone fist that had crushed his sword with both hands, forcefully twisting it. The powerful physical strength brought about by the four spirits' body refining secrets poured in without reservation. Along with the twisting force, shattered rocks swirled in the air. Jiang Wang tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, his entire body leaning backwards as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he also avoided the sudden explosion of the stone fist. When Jiang Wang destroyed the stone fist, the cultivator from Tri-Mountain City directly detonated it as another attack method. But he had not thought that Jiang Wang's reaction would be so sharp, still avoiding it immediately. The explosion of the stone fist did not have no effect on him. Although he had carefully controlled it, his entire right arm was still covered in wounds, dripping with blood. But it was as if he could not feel the pain. Without saying a word, he directly chased after Jiang Wang. He did not make any more hand seals, nor did he have time to use any Dao techniques. Or rather, he realized that he could not defeat his opponent with the current Dao techniques he had grasped. In that case, he would try his physique that could climb mountains and cross ravines, his fists and feet that could kill lions and tigers. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, headbutts. Jiang Wang had no way to increase the distance between them. He did not have his sword, so he could not display his swordsmanship. Punches, kicks, shoulder strikes. The two of them began to fight in close quarters. Within inches, it was the most intense, the most direct, and the most wild. There were many mortal martial artists in the audience who knew a few moves. Seeing this, they all became excited. Chapter 47. Between martial artists, close combat was undoubtedly the best way to test one's basic reflexes and test one's skills. The cultivators of Tri-Mountain City could leap over mountains as if they were flat ground. They could hunt lions and kill tigers, so they were naturally extraordinary. Although close combat was a risky move, he still had some confidence in it. However, Jiang Wang's four spirits body tempering art was a unique cultivation method passed down through the military school. It had been perfected through the Great Illusionary Realms Dao development platform. At the current stage, it was a first-rate body tempering method. Jiang Wang's muscles weren't as tough as steel, but they weren't far off. Boundless blood vitality lay dormant in every muscle. Normally, it wouldn't be visible, but in today's situation, it erupted with unprecedented ferocity. Bang 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 bang. Fists and legs were exchanged, knees and elbows collided. The two people's fists collided, producing a sound like the beating of a drum. Jiang Wang had never seen such a pure intensity of fists and feet. In this kind of battle, he could feel the four spirits' body tempering art gradually fusing into his body. Although he had cultivated bitterly before, He was still from the Tao Academy and didn't understand what true body tempering was. In this kind of direct collision, he felt his blood vitality become more abundant, his body more tyrannical, his Tao essence more lively, and he also felt his opponent's strength gradually weaken. Boom! In the last head-on collision, the Xiuzhe that came to Three Mountain City fell backwards. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but that he really couldn't squeeze out any more strength. Perhaps only Jiang Wang, who was fighting him, knew how hard he worked and how desperately he fought. Several times, Jiang Wang thought the battle was over, but his opponent's fists followed. He could clearly feel the steel-like willpower of this Three Mountain City cultivator. He did his best to win. They didn't want to be called barbarians. But sadly, the more they tried, the more people said, "Look, this is how barbarians are. They don't care about their lives." The referee raised the flag. Victory and defeat were decided. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then cheered. After all, this was Maplewood City, Jiang Wang's home ground. Moreover, there were also several large men hired by Zhao Ruqing shouting. For the generous reward, they could be said to be shouting with all their might. It seemed that her feelings for her brother were even deeper than Jiang Ainan's. Jiang Wang reached out and grabbed his opponent, preventing him from falling to the ground. "May I know your name?" Jiang Wang looked at this respectable opponent and expressed his respect. In fact, before the match began, the referee had read out the names of both sides, but Jiang Wang didn't take note of it. Like many other vulgar people, although he did not show it, he had been influenced since he was young, and he indeed looked down on these so-called mountain barbarians. The cultivator from Three Mountain City stood shakily, practically leaning his entire weight on Jiang Wang's hand. His eyes were swollen and narrowed into slits. "Yang Xingyong," he said happily. "My name is Yang Xingyong." Outside the arena, Jiang Ainan was clapping for her brother when she suddenly heard her good friend's voice. "Ainan!" The little girl, Qingji, jumped up from the crowd and excitedly squeezed towards Jiang Ainan. Beside her was an old man with a skinny figure and a severe hunchback. However, despite being in such a crowded crowd, they didn't seem to be sluggish at all, and they didn't seem to affect the others either. Everyone was very curious about Jiang Ainan's friend, especially the little girl who wanted to beat up Jiang Wang. Huang Azan's point of view had always been different, and he saw the hunchbacked old man at first glance. The old man's face was very awkward. Although his expression was serious, he gave off a kind of vulgar feeling. Huang Azan nudged Zhao Ruqing with his arm. "Hey, look at that old man!" "What's wrong?" Zhao Ruqing asked. Huang Azan lowered his voice. "Don't you think his head looks very like what?" Huang Azan didn't say anything and only looked at the old man's crotch. Zhao Ruqing was vigilant at first. "What are you looking at?" Then he reacted and also looked in that direction. He rubbed his chin and said, "Hey! It does look a bit like." They were talking quietly when the hunchbacked old man suddenly raised his head and glared at them. Obviously, he had heard their conversation clearly. Stop chatting, watch the competition." Huang Azan turned his head guiltily and tried to look at the arena as if nothing had happened. Ahem. Zhao Ruqing coughed twice and reached out to take Jiang Ainan from Ling He's shoulder and put her on his own. "Anan, your brother Ling He is tired. Sit on my shoulder for a while." She thought to herself that this old man wouldn't beat her up when she was carrying a child, right? Jiang Ainan was now very familiar with Zhao Ruqing, so she didn't care whose shoulder she sat on and happily chatted with Qingji. "My brother won just now. He's so strong." In the end, Yang Xingyong was carried down. The other two battles had already ended. Another cultivator from Three Mountain City defeated his opponent from Wangjiang City with an overwhelming advantage, and Wangjiang City's Lin Zhengli easily defeated another first-year student from Maplewood City. However, the audience's attention was clearly drawn to the battle between Jiang Wang and Yang Xingyong. After all, it was an intense battle. It's just weak chickens pecking at each other. Maplewood City is really something. Even the citizens have such poor eyesight. Lin Zhengli sneered at the other victor, probably trying to seek some acknowledgement. However, the victor from Three Mountain City clearly didn't buy it. He said coldly, "Please respect your opponent." In his opinion, Lin Zhengli didn't just disrespect Jiang Wang. He also disrespected the cultivator from Three Mountain City, Yang Xingyong. Lin Zhengli's hot face was stuck to a cold butt, and he became even more unhappy. "Heh, barbarian!" The cultivator from Three Mountain City was about to spit fire from his eyes, but he didn't say anything else. After the first round of battles, the three cities each had one victor, so they were evenly matched. Next was the round of battles, and the order was determined by drawing lots. Luck was very important in this round. The judge from the county academy was in charge of drawing lots, which undoubtedly reflected fairness to the greatest extent. He took out a lot from the lot pot, looked at it, and read, "Jiang Wang." Off the stage, Ling He and Zhao Ruqing both sighed in relief. This meant that Lin Zhengli and the cultivator from Three Mountain City would fight in the first round, and then Jiang Wang would fight the other two. This was undoubtedly the best draw. Jiang Wang retreated to the side of the stage, giving the center of the stage to the two sides about to fight. The instant they passed each other, Lin Zhengli laughed softly. "You're really lucky to be able to stay for one more round." The implication was that once the second round of battles began, he would beat Jiang Wang until he couldn't continue fighting. His tone was full of disdain. Jiang Wang laughed. "I hope your luck is a bit better, and you'll be able to meet me later." What he meant was that Lin Zhengli might not even be able to fight the second round, and would be crippled in the first round. In terms of verbal attacks, he had been greatly influenced by Zhao Ruqing, so he wasn't completely powerless to retaliate. However, he couldn't quite understand where Lin Zhengli's enmity towards him came from. Was it because Zhao Ruqing's slogan was a bit too high-profile? This person didn't seem to have a straightforward personality. As a cultivator who had received the education of an orthodox Tao academy and was even an elite disciple who had been sent to represent Wangjiang City's Tao academy, how could he be so impatient? Jiang Wang was actually very interested in the answer behind this. As for the battle, he really had no fear. Compared to Lin Zhengli's frivolous and irritable expression, the cultivator from Three Mountain City didn't say a word, only watching his opponent. His attitude towards this battle was undoubtedly much more proper. This also showed that he had a stronger desire for the outcome of the battle. Chapter 48. Opponents: Lin Zhengli from Wangjiang City and Zhao Tiehe from Tri-Mountain City. Begin. With the referee's order, both parties began to form hand seals at a dazzling speed. The only difference was that Lin Zhengli stood on the spot with a calm expression. On the other hand, Zhao Tiehe charged forward while forming hand seals. This was a collision of two completely different styles. Before the collision, no one knew the outcome. Earth elemental essence qi gathered and sharp stone spikes broke out of the ground. Similarly, Yang Xingyong used the earth spikes for defense while Zhao Tiehe used them for offense. A wave seemed to be formed out of thin air and carried Lin Zhengli into the air, dodging the earth spikes attack. This was a superior grade D-grade Dao technique, wave manipulation. It was a Dao technique that used water elemental essence qi to move. Zhao Tiehe had already completed his hand seals. With a raise of his hands, the earth spikes rose from the ground and shot towards Lin Zhengli in the air. Unlike Yang Xingyong's second wave of attack using martial strength, Zhao Tiehe's second wave of attack was completely controlled by the Dao technique itself. It was a true innovation of this Dao technique. Lin Zhengli was in the air. He had already used wave manipulation and seemed to be at his wit's end. However, his finger that had never stopped suddenly flicked, and the wave that carried him suddenly intensified. Another wave was born from this wave, carrying Lin Zhengli away from the barrage of earth spikes at the critical moment. Similarly, he also displayed the second transformation of the wave warp Dao technique. It could be said that the battle between Zhao Tiehe and Lin Jingli was truly a showdown of the power of Dao technique. The advancement of these two Dao techniques also reflected the foundation of Tri-Mountain City's Dao Academy and Wangjiang City's Dao Academy. One had to know that such a fundamental change of Dao techniques could truly increase the overall strength of the Dao Academy. Lin Jingli dodged again and again, but Zhao Tiehe's attack did not stop. With a stomp of his foot, he rose from the ground. From bottom to top, he threw an uppercut. However, that fist had long been covered by layers and layers of stone. Overturning stone fist. He had almost replicated Yang Xingyong's Dao technique in response to Lin Jingli's words of weak chickens pecking at each other. Lin Jingli had yet to land on the ground and was almost unable to dodge. However, he flicked his finger again. Another wave was born from the wave, pushing him away from the attack once again. Triple-layered waves. A mere wave warp, an ordinary teleportation Dao technique, had displayed 3 transformations today. If the second transformation of the Earth Spike was said to have raised the Earth Spike Dao technique to the limit of a high-grade D-grade Dao technique, then the current threefold waves had forcefully raised the D-grade Dao technique to the C-grade Dao technique. This was a qualitative improvement. Zhao Tiehe's overturning rock fist failed again. He didn't have time to be shocked because Lin Jingli's counterattack had arrived. He relied on his trump card, triple-layered waves, to avoid the attacks again and again. Finally, he completed his Daoist technique. All the water elemental Yuan Qi in the field suddenly went berserk, and water started to flow in all directions. Turbulent waves surged from all directions. Zhao Tiehe couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a wave on the spot. As if he had been struck by a heavy punch, he lost control and flew backwards. While he was in the air, another wave crashed into him, causing him to vomit blood and fly away. The waves collided with each other, and Zhao Tiehe was like a broken sandbag being hit back and forth, making dull sound. This was an undisguised C-grade Dao technique, raging waves. Lin Jingli's expression was still indifferent, without the slightest bit of frivolity before the battle. Instead, he had a calmness as if everything was under his control. His hands quickly formed seals, and the moment the raging waves ended, he pulled out an extremely long vine whip and whipped it with a whistle. Zhao Tiehe had almost no power to fight back in the raging waves, but he only hugged his head and curled up into a ball, minimizing the attack range to the greatest extent. The moment the raging waves ended, his body also stretched out, and he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbing that vine whip. The corner of his mouth was still bleeding, and his clothes were already tattered, revealing his bruised and swollen body. But he didn't seem to feel pain, as if all the cultivators from Three Mountain City had this kind of strength. He grabbed the vine whip and pulled, wanting to pull Lin Jingli in front of him. But Lin Jingli's hand loosened, and that vine whip suddenly turned around, slithering around Zhao Tiehe's body like a spirit snake, firmly binding him. As it turned out, the Dao technique that Lin Jingli just used was not the D-grade mid-grade green vine whip, but the D-grade high-grade vine entanglement technique. He used the vine entanglement technique, but he didn't use it to bind the enemy, but disguised it as a green vine whip, to lure Zhao Tiehe to grab the vine whip, and from there, perfectly bind him. It could be said that from the start of the battle until now, every step that Zhao Tiehe took fell into his calculations. From this, it could be inferred that the words he said to Zhao Tiehe before the battle may not have been a foreshadowing. At this moment, Lin Jingli could already reap the fruits of his victory. He calmly formed the seals, and this time, he would really pull out the green vine whip and ruthlessly whip at the bound opponent. But the vines on Zhao Tiehe's body suddenly exploded, and Zhao Tiehe rolled on the ground, dodging this unrestrained whip. At this time, people noticed the blood meandering down Zhao Tiehe's body, as well as the dense bloody wounds. On the ground, the dense gravel and the remnants of the vines were mixed together. As it turned out, Zhao Tiehe had covered himself with a layer of stone armor when the furious waves had ended. Perhaps Lin Jingli hadn't noticed, or perhaps he had, but he didn't care. Because the stone armor technique was only a defensive Dao technique, and did not help him escape the vine entanglement technique. But the stone armor exploded. In an instant, Zhao Tiehe's flesh was split open, and the vines wrapped around him were blown apart. This scene was incomparably tragic, and many people couldn't bear to watch. Ling He even reached out to cover Jiang Ainan's eyes. And Zhao Tiehe dragged his blood-stained body, and once again charged at Lin Jingli. No one knew why he still didn't give up, why he still persisted. Wasn't this just a Dao debate battle? It wasn't the November examination of the county academy, and it didn't affect one's future at all. This was a battle between first-year students, and the other participating cultivators were watching from the sidelines. Sun Xiaoman stared unblinkingly at the field, and Lin Jingren turned to look at her. At this point, do you still want to fight, Miss Xiaoman? Someone will die. Whether he wants his life or his honor, I cannot decide for him. This seemingly small and barefoot girl didn't even turn her head. Smack. This time, Zhao Tiehe couldn't dodge the whip. A deep whip mark appeared and his flesh was split open. But he didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the whip was about to strike him, and grabbed the tip of the whip with one hand. His body spun a few times, and the green vine whip was wrapped around his body. He pulled the whip and walked closer to Lin Jingli. Stone slowly condensed on his fist, and the speed was much slower than before, but it was still the overturning rock fist. Lin Jingli could only let go, and give up on the whip condensed from Dao technique. He leaped back, and as he retreated, he said, "Surrender. If this continues, you will really die." Surrender? Zhao Tiehe looked at Lin Jingli, and the smile at the corner of his mouth widened. The people of Three Mountain City can't be looked down upon by you. He suddenly rushed forward a few steps, and the overturning rock fist smashed down. Boom! Lin Jingli leaped away from his original spot, and the stone fist smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. "You're courting death." Lin Jingli was in the air, and his hands were rapidly forming seals. He didn't want to admit that he was already frightened in this battle, but he had already decided to use an even fiercer Dao technique, even if he couldn't control it, even if he would kill his opponent. When the Dao technique was faintly formed, he coincidentally landed on the ground. He had grasped the timing so perfectly that he almost wanted to praise himself. But, for some reason, there was a pit on the ground, and he didn't know when it had appeared. It was a trap that Zhao Tiehe had set up long ago, and it was guided by the earth elemental energy, causing the ground to sink. It was a low-grade Dao technique, and its name was Pit. But it was just right. Lin Jingli's foot twisted, and his entire posture collapsed. The Dao technique that he had prepared also dissipated. Even though he had already twisted his body, and didn't let himself fall to the ground. But Zhao Tiehe had already pounced on him like a wild beast, and pushed him down. He firmly pressed him to the ground. The two of them were so close that any Dao technique that wasn't instantaneous was meaningless. Bang! It was the sound of a fist smashing into a face. "I'm not a mountain barbarian." Bang! Bang! "I'm Zhuang Country's Qinghe County, cultivator of Three Mountain City. Zhao Tai He." Bang! 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 Zhao Tiehe threw punch after punch. Outside the arena, Lin Jingren's eyelids kept twitching, as if every punch was smashing into his face. "Surrender!" he shouted. Chapter 49. Winner, Zhao Tiehe of Three Mountain City. The referee's announcement finally landed. Almost at the same time, Zhao Tiehe's figure fell to the ground. His injuries were actually much more serious than Lin Jingli's, and his stamina had long since reached its limit. In the end, he was relying entirely on his willpower to swing his fist. At this moment, He was limp and lying on the ground. Beside him, Lin Zhengli had almost been smashed into the pit by his fist, and had already fainted. Shattered rocks, broken vines, large pits, splashes of water, bloodstains. It was a scene of devastation. At this moment, the applause outside the arena began. At first, it was sparse because neither side was from their hometown. But soon, it exploded with a loud bang. This battle was too exciting, and it also made everyone realize the tenacity of the cultivators of Three Mountain City. They admired Zhao Tiehe and changed their views of the city behind him. Perhaps this was what they wanted to prove the most in this battle of life and death. They were born in a barren land, in a mountainous area where ferocious beasts roamed. However, they weren't barbarians. They had their own love and hate, their own pursuits, and their own honor. It's not easy. Ling He clapped until his hands were red. He was perhaps the only person who had never called the cultivators of Three Mountain City a mountain barbarian. Because he understood the feeling of being looked down upon, he never looked down upon others. However, Zhao Ruqing was only concerned about another issue. With these two fighting like this, third brother is going to win without a fight. Beside him, Huang Azan had already started calculating. 10 Dao merit points per victory, so he won these two battles without a fight. The champion of the three cities Dao exchange will be rewarded with double the Dao merit points. In total, 50 Dao merit points. Half a meridian unlocking pill. I have to treat them. If it weren't for Jiang Ainan's presence, he probably would have already said it out loud. What are Dao merit points? Are they very valuable? Jiang Ainan asked curiously. Yes. Zhao Ruqing already knew about Jiang Ainan's story of how she earned money to repay her debt. He teased her. 1 Dao merit point is more than that chest of treasures you earned. Jiang Ainan counted seriously with her fingers for a while. Then, she opened her hand wide and drew a large circle. It's really a lot. After the first battle of the round ended, there was only a short time to recover. For Zhao Tiehe, who had just experienced a bitter battle, this was not fair, but the rules were as such. After the referee repeatedly asked, Zhao Tiehe still stood shakily. He still wanted to fight. Jiang Wang stood in front of him, his hand on his sword, his eyes solemn. Come down, Sun Xiaoman said. She looked like a little girl, and her voice was also like a little girl's, but Zhao Tiehe couldn't ignore her words. He turned around and looked at Sun Xiaoman. I still have a life to fight for. His attitude was not fierce, but rather calm because he was describing the facts. Jiang Wang was by no means a weakling. He had defeated Yang Xingyong in a head-on clash. Moreover, he was in peak condition at the moment. At this moment, there was indeed nothing else he could fight for other than his life. Your life is very important. Tri-Mountain City needs you. Sun Xiaoman said seriously. We allowed you to risk your life because you still had a chance. It was not allowed now because the opportunity was gone. You have a lot of resources on you, so you can't waste your life for nothing. It was unknown which sentence had convinced him. Zhao Tiehe turned around and staggered down from the stage. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the moment he turned around, Jiang Wang seemed to have seen a flash of tears in his eyes. How could such a man cry? Jiang Wang couldn't understand why these cultivators of Tri-Mountain City cared so much about victory and defeat. He had already tried his best. Why would he be sad that he couldn't fight to the death? With such doubts, Jiang Wang welcomed the third battle of the round. Lin Zhengli hadn't even woken up yet, so Lin Zhengren once again admitted defeat on his behalf. Just like that, Jiang Wang became the champion of this year's Three Cities Dao discussion. Because both sides were injured, it didn't seem very convincing, but who cares? As long as I get the Dao points, it's real, Zhao Ruqing said. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already retreated outside the stage, becoming a spectator with Ling He and the others. The people of Maplewood City were very tolerant of the cultivators who had won glory for them. They even made room for Jiang Wang, who had left the stage to rest. Jiang Anan and that arrogant little girl were sitting at the very front, while Jiang Wang and the others were sitting at the back, chatting casually. The only thing that surprised Jiang Wang was that the cloud blanket on the ground wasn't Zhao Ruqing's handiwork, but rather the old man who had escorted the little girl Qingji here. This cloud blanket was very light and soft, a favorite item that ordinary people couldn't enjoy. But Qingji's family had taken out such a big piece of it to lay on the ground. Jiang Wang could only sigh with emotion. In the world of the rich, there really was always a taller mountain. Since he was born, his family had land and a shop, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Ever since he met Zhao Ruqing, he often felt like a beggar. The hunchbacked old man sized up Jiang Wang a few times, then suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to send back that chest of treasures. Little friend Jiang taught your sister well." The old man's voice was very kind, but it was very unconvincing when paired with his wretched face. Jiang Wang wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance, so he didn't neglect his reply. "It's only right. It's just a joke between children. How can you take it seriously?" Confucius said, "To be rich and noble without righteousness is like floating clouds to me." Little friend Jiang's words are quite Confucian. This hunchbacked old man was discussing Confucian with a Taoist disciple in the Zhuang state. His brain must have been damaged from reading so many books. Jiang Wang laughed casually and said, "The competition has begun." The 3 cities Tao Symposium had first-year, third-year, and fifth-year students, but the competition rules were the same. Li Jianxiu and Wang Zhangxiang appeared at the same time, and the 3 matches were carried out at the same time. Jiang Wang was fully focused on the overall situation. Li Jianxiu's opponent was from Three Mountain City. This battle was still very exciting. Both sides displayed extremely exquisite Taoist technique. After a long battle, Li Jianxiu defeated his opponent with a fire-element Taoist technique. Meanwhile, Wang Zhangxiang's battle with the cultivator from Wangjiang City was relatively simple. After the battle started, he first used a Taoist technique to summon a fog to obscure his opponent's vision. Then, he calmly made a hand seal and blew his opponent into the sky with a tornado. An A-grade Taoist technique like the tornado was almost impossible to deal with in a battle of this level. Jiang Wang remembered that in Little Forest Town, a tornado could suck Wang Zhangxiang dry. He was curious if he had given up on the following battles. However, after the battle, Wang Zhangxiang immediately took out a Tao Essence Stone and started absorbing it. It was obvious that the Wang family had invested a lot this time. They were determined to win the championship of the third-year students. However, the people of Maplewood City paid the most attention to the competition of the mysterious black-robed man from Three Mountain City. When the black robe was untied and a very funny little fatty was revealed, the surrounding people of Maplewood City sighed regretfully. In their imagination, the person under the black robe should be a demon king with a face full of scars. At the very least, it would be good if he looked a little fierce. However, it shouldn't be a soft little fatty who looked very easy to bully. However, what didn't disappoint them was that this little fatty was very strong. The battle began. Perhaps it was because of the successive defeats of his teammates, but the third-year cultivator from Wangjiang City went all out. Using 5 water cones as the vanguard, he even sinisterly placed wind blades between the water cones. Then, he used earth spikes. Finally, he made a hand seal and prepared raging waves. Feng Shui and earth Taoist techniques were used together, and the series of connections was dazzling. Meanwhile, the little fatty from Three Mountain City only did one thing from beginning to end: charge. He charged forward mindlessly, almost as if he was charging through the Taoist techniques that blotted out the sky and earth. He charged in front of his opponent. Then, he raised his fist and smashed it down. The battle ended. The little fatty's clothes were torn everywhere, but his exposed fat was still white with a tinge of red. Meanwhile, his opponent had already fallen. Everyone was stunned. His physical defense is too strong. Ling He exclaimed. Is he a pure martial artist? No, that last punch was the overturning rock fist. He used a Taoist technique. There's no performance like the stone skin technique. Why is his defense so strong? After all, these people were young and inexperienced. They discussed for a long time but didn't have a clue. Suddenly, the hunchbacked old man who had been listening for a long time said, "It's the Kuan skin drum, a permanently solidified Taoist technique." However, he wasn't willing to say more about the specific information about this Taoist technique. Chapter 50. Just as Sun Xiaoyan shocked everyone, Lin Jingli, who had just woken up, was complaining softly behind his brother. Why did you help me admit defeat? If you had woken me up, I might have been able to fight. And then? Lin Jingren didn't even turn his head. If I hadn't been careless, how could that barbarian have had a chance? Not to mention this guy from Maplewood City. He hasn't even laid the foundation. I'm not willing to let him win. Even if you beat him, in terms of points, he's still the champion of the first year. That's meaningless. Besides, Lin Jingren's lips curled up slightly. What if you lose again? How is that possible? Lin Jingli looked around, then lowered his voice and said unwillingly, You don't believe me? How can I lose to him? Who knows? Lin Jingren smiled casually. Lin Jingli felt a sense of anger from being looked down upon, especially since he had indeed been beaten up in front of so many people. He was about to say something when Lin Jingren suddenly turned around and grabbed his collar. Remember, you've already made enemies with your stupidity. He lowered his voice and said, If you don't have 100% confidence, don't give your enemy a chance to succeed. He didn't defeat any of you. His title as champion is far from complete. He let go of his brother and turned back to watch the competition. There was no trace of gloominess on his elegant face. Don't let him succeed. In the round of rounds, Maplewood City's luck wasn't bad. There was no internal conflict in the first round. Li Jianxiu took a bye, and Wang Zhangxiang and Sun Xiaoyan fought the first round. Neither side had any intention of changing their battle style. Sun Xiaoyan was still charging forward mindlessly, and Wang Zhangxiang was still using the fog to start the fight. What the hell? It's fog again. Yeah. I can't see anything clearly. Since they couldn't see the competition clearly, the onlookers didn't give the Wang family any face. However, the audience's opinions were obviously not in Wang Zhangxiang's consideration. Sun Xiaoyan bumped around in the fog, but she missed. After the Tao Sutra was completed, the wind blew and the fog dispersed. The gentle breath passed through the finger area and instantly turned into a tornado. It roared and crashed into the thick fog, crashing into Sun Xiaoyan. Little Fatty roared angrily like a piglet snorting without any deterrent force. However, his strength was unquestionable. He was still trying to rush forward in the roaring tornado. His clothes were torn apart by the wind, and his face was flushed red. Both of his feet were firmly planted on the ground, but the tiles on the ground were shattered one by one, and he retreated step by step. If he left the line, he would lose. Sun Xiaoyan began to form hand seals. It was extremely difficult to form hand seals in such a tornado, but at least he succeeded. A stone wall appeared in front of him, but it was blown apart in the next breath. The gravel hit Sun Xiaoyan's body, and she was completely out of control. His entire body was swept into the air and thrown out of the arena. The earth skin drum was indeed a powerful Tao technique. Even in such a powerful tornado, there were no wounds on his body. When the gravel hit his body, there was not even a bruise. However, he still lost. Sun Xiaoyan's defense was almost unbreakable at this stage. If it were a real battle, Wang Zhangxiang might not be able to do anything to him. But this was a competition. If he blew it out of the arena, he would win. Jiang Wang sighed softly because he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have a good way to deal with Wang Zhangxiang or Sun Xiaoyan. The four spirits' tempered body's defense was obviously not as good as the earth skin drum. Although the Eastern Purple Qi sword technique was fierce, it was unlikely that it could break through his defense. If he had a good weapon, he might have a chance. At present, he couldn't beat this little fatty. As for Wang Zhangxiang, as long as the tornado came out, he could only run away. That was an A-grade Dao technique. In the entire Maplewood City Dao Academy, including the instructors, how many people could use it? Freak. Wind Sparrow. It was still the hunchbacked old man who spoke. His Dao Vein True Spirit should be a wind sparrow. It has a natural affinity with wind elemental energy. That's why he can use an A-grade Dao technique. This was the first time Jiang Wang had heard of a Dao Vein True Spirit like the wind sparrow. In the Dao Academy's lectures on Dao Veins, the instructors had only described the Earth Dragon True Spirit. Jiang Wang had once thought that all Dao Vein True Spirits were Earth Dragons. Knowledge was often indicative of one's strength. Jiang Wang and the others looked at each other, and their attitude towards this wretched-looking old man became much more proper. "May I ask for your surname, sir?" Huang Azan coughed. His attitude was respectful and refined. Probably because he hated Huang Azan's mouth from before, the hunchbacked old man's attitude towards Huang Azan was very bad. He snorted coldly and didn't respond. "Yes, Grandpa, what's your surname?" Jiang Anan suddenly turned around, her big eyes filled with curiosity. "I always see you, but I don't know how to address you." "Gui." The little girl Qingji had just opened her mouth when the hunchbacked old man smiled brightly. "Grandpa's surname is Gui. Just call me Grandpa Gui. This Gui surname is too classy." Huang Azan shook his head and began to savor it. His following flattery would be endless. Even Jiang Anan and Qingji hurriedly turned their heads and looked back at the arena. The second round of battle had begun. Wang Zhangxiang versus Li Jianxiu. Whether it was the ranking on the Dao merit roll or the combat strength displayed by the two of them, Wang Zhangxiang had an overwhelming advantage. But for some reason, Jiang Wang felt that Li Jianxiu was more than that. "Senior brother Wang, can we not use such a shameless Dao technique like the breath tornado?" Li Jianxiu negotiated before the battle. Wang Zhangxiang had already recovered his Dao energy reserves and was full of essence. He just smiled. "Junior brother, you must be joking." He was as gentle as usual. The Dao technique in his hands was completed, and the fog dispersed. Li Jianxiu also opened his hands at this moment, and a fierce wind suddenly blew. Low-grade Dao technique, wind call. This wasn't the dark fog in Little Forest Town, which could be blown away by ordinary wind. In the end, the fog wasn't an unbreakable Dao technique. The only thing that was truly unbreakable was the breath tornado. In the previous two battles, it wasn't that the opponents didn't have the means to break the fog, but that they chose to defend themselves first. It was just that they didn't expect it to be broken in one blow. In the arena where the fog dispersed, Wang Zhangxiang's hands didn't stop forming seals, and his voice was gentle. "Junior brotherly, you weren't interested in the wind Dao technique before. The world of Dao techniques was vast and boundless. It was better to specialize than to specialize in miscellaneous things." Li Jianxiu had finished his Dao technique, and two flaming swords appeared in his hands. He tapped his toes, and he was like an eagle soaring into the sky. "I learned it for senior brother." At this moment, he was in the sky, and his aura was like a rainbow. Wang Zhangxiang's expression didn't change, and he clasped his hands in front of his lips. His index finger and middle finger were connected, and his thumb, ring finger, and pinky were connected. In the triangular area formed by his middle finger and ring finger, he opened his mouth and breathed. Breath tornado. The breath instantly turned into a tornado. Li Jianxiu was already close to him, and without any support, he suddenly flipped a few times in the air. "Good!" Huang Azan clapped his hands and cheered. Except for a few rare cases before opening the heaven and earth gate, it was almost impossible for humans to fly. Li Jianxiu's ability to float in the air was already shocking. However, the surrounding people looked at Huang Azan as if they were looking at an idiot. Huang Azan clapped a few times, and shrunk his head back resentfully. Although Li Jianxiu's somersault in the air was stunning, it was almost equivalent to admitting defeat. Li Jianxiu landed on the ground and dispersed the flaming swords in his hands. He was shocked. Your breath tornado can be completed so quickly? He couldn't help but be surprised. Any cultivator who was slightly discerning could see that. The opportunity to defeat Li Jianxiu was only before he completed the breath tornado. However, no one knew that he not only mastered an A-grade Dao technique, but also mastered it so skillfully and so quickly. He could even shorten the time needed to form the hand seals. This also meant that in the previous battle, he didn't need such a long time to prepare. The fog was just a layer of insignificant camouflage that blocked the eyes of opponents like Li Jianxiu. Slow down. I feel that something is going to happen. Wang Zhangxiang smiled gently. Li Jianxiu was silent for a while and suddenly smiled. I lost. The champion of the three cities Dao discussion was decided. Wang Zhangxiang won both battles and returned with honor. After this battle, Wang Zhangxiang received a new nickname, Wang Yifan. It meant that no matter what opponent he faced, he could blow it away. Of course, it also meant that he only had the strength to blow it away. In Huang Azan's words, although it was short, it was fierce. The following battle between Li Jianxiu and Sun Xiaoyan could no longer affect the outcome. Their battle was also very perfunctory. Although it was still intense in the eyes of the spectators, Li Jianxiu almost perfectly displayed the fierceness of the fire element Dao technique. Sun Xiaoyan also used the Kuan skin drum to charge forward. Before the battle, Li Jianxiu retreated outside the line and admitted defeat again. However, in Jiang Wang's eyes, Li Jianxiu didn't use his full strength. Because from the beginning to the end, the simple sword at his waist never left its scabbard. Everyone left the field to make room for the battle between the Academy's fifth-year students. As a familiar junior brother, Jiang Wang naturally went up to comfort Li Jianxiu. However, Li Jianxiu spoke first. I prepared a surprise, but I didn't expect to not have a chance to show it. Jiang Wang knew that he was talking about Wang Zhangxiang's breath tornado's astonishing speed. Why didn't senior brother try it against the Tri-Mountain City students? Although the battle just now was dazzling, anyone with eyes could see that Li Jianxiu didn't have any intention of winning. Li Jianxiu smiled bitterly. Firstly, I might not be able to break through his defensive Dao technique. Secondly, second and third are meaningless. He turned and walked out. The battle is about to start, Jiang Wang reminded. Li Jianxiu had already left. I'm not watching. Chapter 51. Before the battle of the fifth-year students began, the busy Wei Qiji and Dong A both arrived at the scene. To them, the battle between the students of the City Dao College was not worth watching. However, the battle between the fifth-year students was very important to the three cities. Firstly, the fifth-year students represented the upper limit of the City Dao College's combat strength. Secondly, the three cities Dao meet had a place to enter the National College. There was no need to participate in the examination next month. There was no need to go to the county manor. Of course, this place could only be given to the champion of the fifth-year students of the three cities Dao meet. As Wei Qiji and Dong A sat on the spectator stand, the scene became much quieter. It had to be said that an expert like Dong A had a huge effect on the overall strength of the Dao College. In this three cities Dao meet, the champion of the first-year students was Jiang Wang of the Maplewood City Dao College. The battle between the third-year students had almost become a civil war in the Maplewood City Dao College. Dong A, as a fifth-grade inner mansion realm expert, was overseeing the Maplewood City Dao College. It was undoubtedly a blessing for the entire Maplewood City Dow College. Now, as long as they took the champion of the fifth-year students, Maplewood City would undoubtedly be able to sweep the other two cities and obtain the largest share of the resources allocated to the Zhuang court this year. Therefore, Zhang Linchuan almost rubbed a hole in his forehead. So much pressure. He muttered softly. Of the three battles on the field, the most eye-catching one was, of course, Lin Jingren versus Sun Xiaoman. One was the number one on Wangjiang City's Dow merit list with a calm temperament, while the other was a petite, cute, and fragile little girl. This little girl, is she even 10 years old? Zhao Ruqing clicked his tongue in wonder. The cultivators of the Three Mountains City were not far from where they were sitting. Sun Xiaoyan, who had put on a hooded black robe at some point in time, turned her head angrily and shouted, "My nest is broken. It's so spicy." Zhao Ruqing did not hear clearly, so he moved closer. He suddenly shrank his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because he saw the bruised and swollen face under the hood. He did not know what happened to this little fatty with a strong defense in a short period of time after he left the stage. His entire face was swollen, his eyes could not be seen, and he could not speak clearly. Could it be the after-effects of the Kuan skin drum? Zhao Ruqing thought. On the other side, Sun Xiaoyan saw that her face was enough to scare people. She also shrank back, feeling aggrieved. Her chubby hand pulled down her hood with force. His sister even wanted to find a corner to beat him up before the competition. Where could he go to reason with her? Jiang Wang didn't show it on his face, but he was a little anxious. This little fatty was only 13 years old, but he was already 17. The little girl on the stage was the fatty's older sister. Since she was able to represent the Tri-Mountain City's fifth-year students, she could only be stronger. At the beginning of the path of cultivation, was he already too far behind? The barefoot girl nimbly jumped onto the field, the small silver hammer dangling from her wrist swaying. She had a cute little face that was too harmless. In comparison, Lin Jingren's handsome appearance did not win him much support. Almost half of the audience hoped that Sun Xiaoman would win. The remaining half hoped that she would not be so tired. I heard that Chu Ping was killed by Xiongwen and his heart was gouged out. I feel sorry for him, Lin Jingren said slowly before the battle began. Life and death are predestined. Sun Xiaoman was expressionless. Jiang Wang could clearly feel that the atmosphere of the Tri-Mountain City cultivators had obviously turned cold. Previously, when Xiongwen had appeared in Tri-Mountain City, he had been surrounded by the students of the Tri-Mountain City Dao Academy. However, not only had he managed to escape, he had even killed 10 cultivators, including the eldest senior brother of the Tri-Mountain City Dao Academy, Chu Ping. This caused the arrest department to mobilize all the forces in Qinghe County to search for him. Of course, Lin Jingren did not mention this now because of regret. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Lin Jingren smiled. Last year, he lost to me by 1 move. I wonder if you can win it back this year? Chu Ping was already dead. Naturally, he couldn't win it back. However, would a living person have such a chance? Sun Xiaoman stepped forward barefoot. She stepped forward, her fair and smooth feet crisscrossing as she moved forward. The battle began. Lin Jingren opened his right hand and pulled out a long green whip from his left sleeve. The whip flowed like water, but the tip of the whip suddenly extended and pierced through the air towards Sun Xiaoman. It was as cunning as a poisonous snake. He pushed with his left hand and waves appeared on the ground. In an instant, the waves surged and surrounded Sun Xiaoman. This raging wave was extremely fast. At the same time, those with sharp eyes could see that in the open space in front of Lin Jingren, something was burrowing out of the ground tiles. To fight such a little girl, he had to first launch a psychological attack. This might cause many people to feel ashamed. However, it also showed people how steady Lin Jingren was. He would not let go of any advantage or give his opponent a chance. In this battle, this steadiness was even more evident. Lin Jingli's battle style might be imitating his, but his strength was too far away. Sun Xiaoman rose from the ground. She stepped on the tip of her foot and easily avoided the sudden whip tip. Then, she stepped on the attacking waves and walked on them. Zhao Ruqing raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. That was a very damaging Dao technique, but there was no trace of injury on her feet. Especially when there were no traces of Dao techniques being used. Either she had a permanent Kuan skin drum on her body like Sun Xiaoyan, or her body refinement had reached a certain level of strength. At this stage, it seemed that only those martial artists who did not care about their lives could block the damage of Dao techniques with their physical bodies. The barefoot girl walked on the waves. Stepping on Lin Jingren's Dao technique power, she soared into the air in a few steps. Lin Jingren's hand loosened, and the long green whip suddenly swung its tail, making a sound as it broke through the air. Then, it turned into a giant python in the air, opening its fangs to bite Sun Xiaoman. This long whip was originally made from a living python demon beast. It was the heirloom of the Lin family in Wangjiang City, called the Green Python. At the same time, the open space in front of Lin Jingren suddenly exploded, and countless vines scuttled out like a group of snakes. This Dao technique was instantaneous. It was the Dao technique that Lin Jingren engraved in the Tongtian Palace after completing the first minor heavenly cycle. This kind of Dao technique was usually not revealed easily. Because each low-level cultivator could only engrave 2 instantaneous Dao techniques in the Tongtian Palace, one after completing the minor heavenly cycle for the first time and the other after completing the Heaven-Earth-Man heavenly cycle for the first time. This was the existence of every cultivator's trump card, and ordinary people did not know about it. Sometimes, when cultivators fought, it was obvious that they were instantaneous Dao techniques, but they pretended to make gestures to cover it up. Lin Jingren seemed to feel some kind of pressure, and he did not hesitate to reveal his trump card. These snake vines intertwined in the air, and in a very short time, they twisted into an indestructible wall of vines, blocking in front of Lin Jingren. Wood element technique, vine snake wall. Sun Xiaoman soared in front of Lin Jingren. Facing the giant python behind her and the wall of vines in front of her, she only raised her small hand. The small silver ornament hanging on her wrist expanded in the wind. Everyone saw that the petite barefoot girl soared in the air, and her hands had already grabbed 2 silver giant hammers that were as big as her body, and she turned around and hammered. The giant hammers whistled and turned in a circle, smashing hard on the green python behind her, and continued to spin with the giant python hanging on it. Sun Xiaoman's whole body turned in a circle in the air, and the giant hammers with the green python hanging on them also whistled, and with an unquestionable momentum, they smashed on the vine snake wall. At the moment of contact, the vine snake wall, which was condensed from the B-class mid-level Dao technique, had already collapsed. One hammer, the mountain collapsed. Chapter 52. Who would have thought that the treasure of 3 Mountains City, the mountain-shaking hammer, would be passed down to this little girl? On the spectator's stand, Wei Qiuji narrowed his eyes. Lin Jingren's battle system was mainly based on water and wood Dao technique. Water and wood coexisted, and the effects of 1 + 1 were greater than 2. However, under Sun Xiaoman's 2 giant hammers, it collapsed immediately. The vine snake coiled around the wall and collapsed. The long whip called the jade python was beaten back to its original form and flung far away. Waves surged under Lin Jingren's feet as he dodged Sun Xiaoman's hammer attack. This was the second instant cast spell. Lin Jingren had engraved 3-fold waves. Even though Lin Jingren had used up all his trump cards and even his family's heirloom had been knocked out of his hands, Lin Jingren did not panic. Isn't this the 3 cities Dao discussion? Why is Miss Sun of the 3 Mountain Cities Dao Academy like a martial artist? He chuckled. Could it be that with Chu Ping's death, Three mountain cities' orthodoxy has been lost? He attacked Sun Xiaoman's qualification to participate in the competition. On the spectator stand, Dong A said indifferently, Zhuangguo worships the Tao, but does not belittle other sections. In the battle arena, let's just rely on our abilities. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion and a sudden clap of thunder. It was Zhang Linchuan who had easily defeated his opponent from Sanshan City with his lightning technique. It was as if he had left a comment on Dong A's words. On the side, another pair of 5-year survivors from Wangjiang City and Maplewood City were still fighting. The battle was already extremely intense. Once the battle began, the only thing that mattered was victory and defeat. Of course, Lin Jingren did not think that he could defeat Sun Xiaoman without a fight just because he was a martial cultivator. Otherwise, this battle would not have even started. He was just trying to see if this little girl's spirit was really that strong and unshakable. Wasn't the death of the first senior brother of the Tri-Mountain Cities, Tao Academy, saddening? Sun Xiaoman's giant hammer was coming. She waved the giant hammer that was as big as her body, but it was as light and agile as a dancing lantern. After all, Chu Ping's death had affected her. Her hammer's strike was too heavy. This detail was negligible, but it was impossible for Lin Jingren not to notice it. The wave sent him to his feet, allowing him to leap up easily. Triple-layered waves, with one push after another, Lin Jingren had already leapt onto the mountain-shaking hammer. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the hammer. This little bit of strength was nothing to Sun Xiaoman. She was a martial arts expert who used a giant hammer as her weapon. Her hands had the strength of 1,000 pounds. But at this moment, with Lin Jingren as the center, all the primordial qi in the area went berserk. A door seemed to have condensed in the void behind him. It was the reflection of his physical body. There was a door between heaven and earth, and man was the door between heaven and earth. There seemed to be a loud noise, but it also seemed to be silent. The door opened. Thus, the vital qi submitted, and the heaven and earth were connected. He could have chosen to open the gate of heaven and earth a long time ago, but he was so confident that he chose to do it now. This meant that he was in complete control of the battle, and the heaven and earth gate was no longer an obstacle to him. He was probably used to pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He connected heaven and earth, connecting with the world. There was no need to seek external power, for he already possessed great power. He was already a 6th-stage soaring dragon realm expert, an expert of the 3 middle stages. With a tap of his foot, the mountain-shaking hammer fell to the ground irretrievably, smashing the floor tiles and sinking into the ground. Sun Xiaoman still did not let go. Although her whole body was tilted by the hammer that was smashed into the ground, she only borrowed the force to flip over. The other hammer followed up with a backhand, whistling toward Lin Jingren in an attempt to force him to retreat. However, the gap between a middle-stage expert and a beginner cultivator was huge. Lin Jingren's fingers moved slightly, then suddenly flicked away. From the palm of his hand, a small dragon condensed from the primordial qi of water roared out. Roar! The water dragon absorbed the primordial qi along the way and became bigger. It hit the giant hammer directly, then pressed down on the giant hammer and hit Sun Xiaoman, sending her flying with the hammer. It was the low-grade A-class Taoist technique, Water Dragon Wave. Of the 2 mountain-shaking hammers, one fell out of his hand and sank into the ground. The other fell on Sun Xiaoman, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. In the next moment, the giant hammer on the barefoot girl shook. She took a deep breath, moved the giant hammer away, and stood up abruptly. Jiang Wang could faintly understand why Yang Xingyong and Zhao Tiehe were so desperate. Their 3rd-year and 5th-year students were not strong. They could even be said to be weak. That little fatty's defense was almost invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, he was too young and did not have enough experience. The first-year student battle might be their only chance to win. It was the only chance to show the future potential of 3 Mountain City. The Tao Academy of Three Mountain City had lost 10 people, including eldest Shixiang Chu Ping. They were all experts among the students. It could be said that there was a shortage of talent. Therefore, Sun Xiaoman, a girl who specialized in martial arts, needed to lead the team. Therefore, Sun Xiaoyan, a 13-year-old little fatty, was brought out under his mother's tacit consent. There was no other reason. At this time, Three Mountain City needed resources too much. The Three Cities Tao debate, which involved the allocation of resources, was very important to them. At this time, the other fifth-year student of Three Mountain City had already been defeated by Zhang Linchuan. All the pressure was on this barefoot girl. Therefore, she stood up. In a situation where her sternum had clearly collapsed, and her opponent had already displayed the strength of a 6th-stage Taoist. Her petite figure swayed but was unyielding. Lin Jingren waved his hand, and the blue python whip that had been sent flying flew back into his hand. This whip could increase the power of his wood elemental Tao technique. He did not hesitate at all, let alone waver. He completed the hand seals at an extremely fast speed, almost as if he was following the prescribed order. A huge green python broke out of the ground and coiled around Sun Xiaoman. In just one round, the barefoot girl's figure could no longer be seen. Together with the hammer, he was wrapped in the green python's coiled body. A low-grade A Tao technique, green python twist. He was so strong. He was already so strong, but he was still so steady. He was so steady that he would stop at nothing. A Xiuzha like Lin Jingren could be said to be the most terrifying kind of opponent. He would never give his enemy a chance. Sister. Outside the arena, Sun Xiaoyan was almost crying. One of his hands was clutching the giant green python's neck. Compared to the python's size, that hand was very small. But it was very strong. That was Dong A's hand. He shook his hand, and the entire green python collapsed silently, revealing Sun Xiaoman, who was entangled. She fell down dejectedly. She had long lost consciousness, but her hand was still tightly gripping the remaining mountain-shaking hammer. "You win," Dong A said to Lin Jingren. Lin Jingren bowed, his etiquette impeccable. "Thank you, Ding Dong." Only then did the referee come over and move Sun Xiaoman out of the arena. This referee from the county manor had only just opened the door to heaven and earth. He did not have time to intervene in the battle just now. Dong A waved his hand, indicating that the next round of the competition could begin. Looking at Dong A, who floated back to the spectator stand and sat down, Wei Qiuji's mouth did not move, but his voice had already sounded. Mountain Shaking has already recognized her as its master. This girl will be amazing in the future. Why not let Lin Jingren kill her? Her husband died a few years ago, and now her daughter died. That person in Three Mountain City will go crazy. Although the tigress is fierce, the enemy is Wangjiang City. What does it have to do with our Maplewood City? If this little girl survives, who of the same age will be her match? In the future, she will only block the path of our Maplewood City's disciples. Dong A did not look at him, but his faint voice sounded in his ears. The disciples of Three Mountain City and Maplewood City are all disciples of our Zhuang country. Wei Qiuji did not say anything and did not comment. Chapter 53. The Armory in the North of the City. To be more precise, the armory was located in the northwest corner of Maplewood City. Large amounts of military equipment were sealed here, waiting to be used when the army was mobilized. This place was heavily guarded. No matter the time, there would always be a 100-man squad stationed here. This 100-man squad would be divided into 10 small squads, each led by a cultivator. Of course, this didn't mean that there were so many cultivators in Maplewood City's city guard. It was because the armory was so important that the general in charge of the defense had especially increased the number of elites. In comparison, the city lord manor itself didn't have many cultivators guarding it. This was because City Lord Wei Kuji himself was the most intimidating force in Maplewood City. At the same time, rotating the armory was one of the daily tasks of the Dao Academy disciples. There were 2 Dao Academy disciples guarding here every day. Although there weren't many Dao merits, it was stable. Moreover, there was basically nothing to do, so it didn't affect meditation and cultivation. This task was actually fought over by many people. It could be said that those who were quick would get it, while those who were slow would get nothing. The armory was divided into an inner and outer area. Such a high level of defense naturally wasn't just to protect the piles of commonly seen armor in the outer area. In terms of space, the inner area was extremely small. It only took up a small room in the middle of the entire armory. However, from the walls to the roof and even the floor, there were formations carved into it to prevent people from violently breaking in. If there was an attack that these formations couldn't defend against, the self-destructing formations in the inner area would activate. There were various restrictions. Anyone could only use a special token to enter the inner area from the main entrance. The 2 Dao Academy disciples and the strongest 10-man squad of the 100-man squad were stationed in front of the inner area. They wouldn't move a single step aside from rotating. This kind of defense was almost foolproof, especially since today was the important day of the 3 cities Dao debate. A large number of city guards were stationed in the city, so there wouldn't be anyone foolish enough to court death. Therefore, when 2 people wearing city guard uniforms walked over and their tokens were verified, the squad leader on duty didn't think too much. He formed a seal and opened the door to the inner area. "Wait," the Dao Academy disciple sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat to the right of the door suddenly said. His original intention wasn't to suspect these 2 people. He just felt that he also needed to take a look at the token. Only then could he be considered to be on duty. However, the 2 people who had already stepped into the inner area suddenly turned around. One's long hair, like sharp black needles shooting through the air. One of them opened its bloody mouth and spat out a bloody snake. The disciple from the Qing Dao Academy who shouted for them to stop had his face pierced by the black hair and fell to the ground, dead. As for the city guard squad leader cultivator, he was swept away by the blood, and in an instant, he was reduced to a pile of bones. In just 1 round, there was only 1 cultivator left outside the inner storehouse. Although the other 9 city guards were elites, they only had the strength of mortals. "I just want to slack off." The remaining disciple of the Qing Dao Academy rubbed his forehead. In the next moment, he leaped up and pointed his finger. A golden arrow of light pierced through the air and shot towards the enemy. This was the high-grade D Dao technique, golden light arrow. Since it was instantaneous, it meant that this person had at least completed a minor cycle and his cultivation was above the 8th rank. As he attacked, he commanded, "Spread out and report. I'll hold them back here." Admittedly, he didn't have the confidence to defeat these 2 fellows who dared to attack Maplewood City's armory, but at this moment, Maplewood City's official forces undoubtedly held the absolute advantage. As long as the news spread, no matter how many enemies came, they would only end up being killed. It was a habit of soldiers to obey orders. Of course, they wouldn't delay. The 9 soldiers immediately scattered and fled. At this moment, the entire Maplewood City, except for the training grounds and other places where powerhouses gathered, was in chaos. Some set fires, some violently killed people. For a moment there was a commotion. In the armory, the 2 attackers didn't hesitate. The attacker who used black hair as a weapon stayed to fight, while the attacker who spat out blood rushed straight into the inner storehouse. They had a very clear goal. This thought flashed through the minds of the remaining Qing Dao Academy disciples. With a flick of his finger, he pointed again and again. The golden light arrow was used by him to display the effect of arrow rain across the sky. The golden light arrow and the black-haired arrow clashed. One was sharp, the other was treacherous. As they were locked in a stalemate, a long saber suddenly slashed past. The black-haired attacker fell to the ground with a loud bang, his head separated from his body. Wei Yan held the long saber and turned into the inner storehouse. A blood snake pounced at him. He didn't dodge or evade. His long saber slashed vertically, splitting the blood snake into two halves. He charged forward between the two halves of the blood snake. Almost face to face with the attacker who spat out blood, he stabbed his saber into the man's heart. However, the attacker laughed strangely. With a hoarse voice, he used the last of his strength to joyfully say, "I've already sent the dark candle away." Behind Wei Yan, the two halves of the filthy blood snake suddenly twisted. One half of it pounced at the Tao Academy disciple, who instantly shot the golden light arrow, blocking his movements. The other half was like a real snake, twisting and slithering away. Without a doubt, the treasure called the Dark Candle was in this half of the blood snake. "I can give you the Dark Candle." Wei Yan pulled the long saber out of the man's heart. His voice was as cold as frost. "But I will kill all of you who came today." At the same time, experts who had been lying in ambush for a long time appeared all over Maplewood City. An attacker who had just started a fire was shot into a hedgehog in the next moment. The flames were also instantly extinguished. On the other side, bloody Taoist techniques had just pounced on passers-by when they saw waves rolling logs rumbling. A series of Taoist techniques blasted the attacker into smithereens. Maplewood City had been prepared. Almost all the experts had been mobilized. The disaster was immediately suppressed. "What's going on?" Hearing a few miserable cries from afar, Jiang Wang immediately picked up Jiang Anan. The hunchbacked old man surnamed Gui also instantly grabbed Qingji's hand. "Don't panic." On the spectator's stand, Wei Qiji gestured with his hand. "Continue the competition." Outside the martial arts arena, apart from the soldiers maintaining order, squads of city guards scattered in all directions. The commoners watching the competition were not afraid. If something happened to Wei Qiji and Dong A when they were present, then it was not safe to stay anywhere. Moreover, these city guards were obviously carrying out military duties. They did not dare to leave and disturb them. Inside the armory, Wei Yan strode out and almost roared, "Shen Nanchi, why didn't you stop that blood snake just now? Don't tell me you couldn't do it." The blood snake fled with the nether candle. It would only take a few passes for such an exquisite little item to disappear without a trace. This also meant that the bait Wei Qiji had put out had been eaten. They had to kill all the fish. The Tao Academy disciple named Shen Nanchi roared back in an equally loud voice, "I know what the Dark Candle is." "Who told me? Since you already had a plan and made preparations, why didn't you tell us? My junior brother from the same sect died in front of me." His hand glowed faintly with golden light. If it weren't for this moment, he almost couldn't resist throwing the golden arrow at Wei Yan's face. "More of our brothers in the city guard died." Wei Yan's expression was dark. Perhaps he didn't want to explain, but before he turned and left, he added, "We don't know the situation of those people hiding. If it wasn't kept a secret, they wouldn't have appeared." "Which people?" Shen Nanchi still wanted to ask, but he didn't. He knew he wouldn't get an answer. At this moment, he even understood that it might be Wei Yan's arrangement that he was able to laze around here today. Among the Tao Academy disciples who didn't participate in the competition and happened to be free, there was no one more suitable than Shen Nanchi. Fifth on Maplewood City's Tao merit ranking, Shen Nanchi. He didn't have a favorite person, but the person he hated the most was Wei Yan. Unfortunately, he was also skilled in metal element Tao techniques, but he was no match for Wei Yan. Chapter 54. The pursuit, hunting, traps, and madness that happened in Maplewood City seemed to have nothing to do with the martial arts practice field. The battle here was normal. The three winners who entered the round were Zhang Linchuan, Lin Jingren, and Fu Baosong from Wangjiang City. This was a tall, thin man with a clear face. He had defeated the fifth-year student of Maplewood City with difficulty and won the last spot. The two fifth-year students of Wangjiang City had entered the round of round battles, and the situation was very good. In fact, the battle between the fifth-year students was the most important part. Only the champion of the three cities' Dao discussion had the qualifications to enter the National Academy. Similar Dao discussion competitions had some such spots, but there were more or less of them. For example, there were 2 spots in the Northern Wind Plays Snow. Although it was a 5-cities Dao discussion, in fact, only 2 out of 10 were needed. The probability was higher than the 3-cities Dao discussion. These spots were also a kind of resource allocation. It often depended on the strength of the Dao academies in each city. And what reflected the strength of the Dao academies was the cultivators they nurtured. Therefore, once a cultivator grew, the Dao Academy in the city he came from would also rise. With more spots in the National Academy, the cultivators would grow faster, forming a virtuous cycle. In Three Mountain City there was a shortage of elite. If they could not win the Dao discussion, the resources would be reduced, and the cultivation conditions of the disciples would be more difficult. This was a vicious cycle. Only by understanding the Dao Academy system of the Zhuang country could one understand why the cultivators of Three Mountain City were so desperate. Back in the competition, the first round of the Dao discussion of the 3 cities Dao discussion was a civil war. Lin Jingren versus Fu Baosong. There was almost nothing to see in this battle. Everyone knew that the current situation was Maplewood City versus Wangjiang City. The highlight of the entire round was whether Zhang Linchuan could consecutively defeat opponents from Wangjiang City. Now, it seemed that there was no hope. As for the civil war, it was just a formality. Obviously, Lin Jingren thought so too. Therefore, when he saw Fu Baosong walking in front of him, he just said casually, "Just admit defeat. I will injure Zhang Linchuan heavily later. Then, you can defeat him and get second place." It was as if he had already arranged the rankings. "Hey!" Zhang Linchuan covered his nose with a handkerchief and looked very disgusted. "Don't treat me as if I don't exist." Lin Jingren turned to look at Zhang Linchuan, who was waiting for his turn, and smiled. "Why don't you quit now? You can save yourself from physical pain." After revealing his 6th rank cultivation, his entire temperament seemed to have been liberated, and he no longer cared much about appearances. "At this moment, I won't," he heard a voice say. Lin Jingren abruptly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. The tall and thin Fu Baosong, who had been silent all day, spoke his first sentence of the day. "You're not? Nothing?" Lin Jingren felt incredulous. Lin Jingli even started cursing. "Fu Baosong, are you out of your mind? Don't you know who you are?" Fu Baosong turned a deaf ear to him. He only looked at Lin Jingren. His gaze was calm and equal, no different from how he looked at the others. He said, "I will do my best, no matter who my opponent is. This is the meaning of Dao debate." Lin Jingren was so angry that he laughed. "Okay, then you can try." There were twists and turns. The onlookers of Maplewood City were shocked. The 2 cultivators of Wangjiang City were serious. Didn't that mean that their Maplewood City's Zhang Linchuan had a chance? Although Lin Jingren's cultivation was 6th rank, if Fu Baosong could injure him before he was defeated, Zhang Linchuan was not without hope. "Good job, Fu Baosong." Upright and outspoken, strong and unyielding, the model of a cultivator. That's right. Why should he admit defeat? Lin Jingren doesn't have an extra head. Beat him down and you'll be the champion. The audience outside the venue spoke up one after another. Looking at their excited expressions, it was as if they really liked Fu Baosong. In particular, Jiang Wang faintly felt that the last voice was very familiar. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Huang Azan sneaking around in the crowd. Jiang Wang turned his head, his expression stupefied. He really didn't know what specialty this guy who had walked into this small circle because of Duye who had. He was a bootlicker, lustful, and now even knew how to incite public opinion. But it was very strange. This guy was full of flaws, but he was actually not annoying. On the field, Lin Jingren was clearly really angry. He raised his hand and used the green python twist. The giant python broke through the ground and twisted into a ball. Bang! The green python twisted into the vine wall. The intertwining snake vines formed a circle, protecting Fu Baosong in the center. It was the vine snake twisting wall that Lin Jingren had used before. But the vine snake twisting wall of B-class middle class could not stop the vine snake twisting wall of A-class low class no matter what. In less than 3 breaths, the vine snake twisting wall had collapsed. The giant green python tried to contract, but in the next moment it suddenly withered. A green hand with a dry feeling pressed against the python's body. On the green python's giant body, rotten gray and green colors intertwined. B-class high-class Dao technique, rotten wood technique. Although it did not collapse the green python with one hand like Dong Ah, it still made the green python wither. Fu Baosong took this opportunity to leap out. But how could Lin Jingren give him the chance? He stretched out his hand, and the prepared water dragon wave roared out. However, behind the translucent body of the water dragon, his handsome face was extremely gloomy. Some Dao techniques required talent, and some Dao techniques required compatibility. It did not mean that one would be able to cultivate Dao techniques of the corresponding grade when one's cultivation level was high enough. For example, although this rotten wood technique was only B-class high class, it was the unique secret technique of the dean of the Wangjiang City Dao Academy. Even he, Lin Jingren, had never inherited it. The reason was that it was not compatible enough? Could it be that this poor brat and the smelly stone in the latrine were compatible enough? The conceited Lin Jingren had long had enough of those dignified and hypocritical excuses. For example, the compatibility was not enough. For example, the meaning of the so-called Dao discussion. Facing the water dragon wave that was waiting for him. The waves under Fu Baosong's feet rolled, and he was about to dodge. Coming from the Wangjiang City Dao Academy, he was naturally familiar with the 3-layered wave. However, Lin Jingren only pressed down with his left hand, and waves surged and mixed with the waves under Fu Baosong's feet, making this dodge a fantasy. A simple Daoist technique, raging waves, was able to break the triple-layered waves, which had the effect of 3 teleportation, with just the right timing and position. The water dragon wave mercilessly blasted Fu Baosong, sending him high into the air, and causing him to fall heavily. The waves under Lin Jingren's feet moved continuously as he stepped on Fu Baosong's head. He lowered his head slightly and said in a very deliberate and disdainful tone, "Do you think you can beat me?" Fu Baosong turned his head with difficulty under Lin Jingren's foot. He looked at Lin Jingren. There was no anger in his eyes, but a puzzling stubbornness. "You can't beat me, but I can't lose without a fight." This person was really smelly and stubborn. He was so smelly that it made one frown. He was so stubborn that it made one respect him. Chapter 55. After the battle in front of the treasury started, the guards of the entire armory started to move. They gathered towards the treasury from all directions. People flooded in. Wei Yan charged out with his blade as though he was going against the flow. In order to not leak the news, none of the guards of the armory knew about this operation. Only Wei Yan was hiding here. He alone was enough. More experts were scattered throughout the city. As the master of the city, Wei Qiuji used the nether candle as bait, but he could not place all the people of Maplewood City in danger. Fortunately, the 3 cities Dao debate had attracted a large number of people, and the practice field was safe. This greatly reduced the pressure on defense. The city guard that met Wei Yan turned and followed behind him without a word. Wei Yan said casually, "Stay here, don't leave." While the nether candle was taken away, the armory was still the most important. 2 city guard soldiers were still guarding the door of the armory. Of course, they heard the commotion inside the armory, but before they received orders, the door was their post. They were already on high alert, but when a streak of blood light swam out along the wall, they were still completely unaware. At this time, a well-dressed young master walked past with a folding fan. He waved his sleeve as though he was shaking away the dust. The bloody snake disappeared. The young master walked forward until he reached the end of the street. He passed by a clothing store and passed by a peddler carrying a load at the corner. Walking on Xuanwu Street, he was relaxed and even hummed a tune. 2 city guard experts swept past him and hacked an exposed evil cultivator to death right behind him. The young master seemed to be unaware and walked further and further away. "Stop!" one of the city guard experts shouted. This young master was too calm and aroused his suspicion. The young master's back was facing the 2 city guard experts. His mouth slowly pulled up into a snarl. He was about to go crazy on the street when he suddenly heard the sound of a long blade cutting through the air. Quick snow. His eyes widened as he lowered his head to look at the long and straight blade that was slowly disappearing from his chest as it was pulled out. The blade was called Quick Snow, and the person was called Wei Yan. Perhaps because he already understood that death was inevitable, he did not ask how he was discovered and how he was caught. The fear in his eyes faded and was gradually replaced by a kind of fanaticism. He smiled proudly. "The thing is not with me." Wei Yan withdrew his saber and left. At this moment, the peddler carrying the load was already walking on the Greenwood Avenue. His 2 bamboo baskets were covered with a piece of sackcloth, swaying leisurely on his shoulders. In one of the bamboo baskets there was a strange item among the miscellaneous items. It was a small, pitch-black candle. On the spectator stands, Dong A and Wei Qiji were watching the battle, but no one knew that their attention was not on the battle. To Wei Qiji, he was more concerned about the trap he had set up in the city today. It was a very simple bait trap, but the effect was outstanding because of the perfect execution. On one hand, Dong A was more concerned about the safety of Maplewood City than the outcome of the 3-city Dao discussion. On the other hand, he had a certain level of confidence in Zhang Linchuan. Even after Lin Jingren displayed the strength of a 6th-stage cultivator, he still did not waver. The 2 great figures standing at the top of Maplewood City only spoke in each other's ears. Wei Qiji sneered, "Seeing the dark abyss candle is like a dog seeing a bone. Those fellows are indeed demons of the white bone path." The dark abyss candle was a treasure of the netherworld, and it was something left behind by the white bone path. Wei Qiji deliberately took out the dark abyss candle to verify his guess. Dong A frowned. The white bone path's orthodoxy has been destroyed for 200 years. Back then, the great ancestor purged it for 9 years and has long been wiped out. There are still remnants left to this day? A centipede dies but does not fall down. Lin Jingren defeated Fu Baosong effortlessly. The next battle was between him and Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan did not put down his hand that was covering his mouth. He frowned and said, "Can you clean up this place first before fighting?" Previously, he had completely crushed his opponent, so it was fine to end the battle quickly. Now that he was fighting Lin Jingren, he would definitely not be able to care about anything else. There was a dedicated sparring venue in the Dao Academy, but Maplewood City's Dao Academy could not accommodate so many spectators. The square outside the city lord's mansion had no formation runes engraved on it. The arena where they fought had long been beaten to a pulp. The floor tiles were shattered, mud and water mixed together, and there were many potholes. Coupled with the blood of some people, it could be said that it was a scene of devastation. Zhang Linchuan frowned deeply. This battle environment is really dirty. Dong A did not even raise his eyelids. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll throw you into a cesspool for 3 days. Zhang Linchuan immediately put away the handkerchief and smiled very politely at the referee. You may begin. At the referee's order, Lin Jingren strode forward. A sudden clap of thunder rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Jingren's body was like a rolling wave. Behind him, there were already 3 deep, scorched craters. Zhang Linchuan had many problems. One could say that he was misophobic, fastidious, afraid of trouble, and did things his own way. However, one could not deny that he was strong. Everyone knew that the thunder method was fierce, but how many could really control it freely? The 2 instantaneous Taoist techniques that Lin Jingren engraved in the Tongtian Palace were the 3 layers of waves and the vine snake coiling the wall. He did not choose to defend at first, but chose to move. Naturally, it was to attack. A seed broke out of the ground and the bud opened. Its sharp teeth were like hooks. It bit down. The low-grade second-class Taoist technique, flower of carnivorous. Zhang Linchuan floated over lightly and threw a thunder ball into the mouth of the flower. He jumped up and made a gesture above the burnt corpse of the flower of carnivorous. Dark clouds and thunder were faintly visible. Roar! A water dragon wave roared out, but it did not attack Zhang Linchuan. Instead, it waved its tail and directly blew up the dark clouds. A mist of water exploded in the sky, and lightning flashed continuously before dispersing. This scene was so beautiful that it attracted the admiration of the spectators. However, the Taoist technique that Zhang Linchuan had carefully prepared dissipated. The most significant difference between the strong cultivators who opened the gate of heaven and earth and those below the 7th class was that they could start to master A-class Taoist technique. Some talented cultivators, such as Wang Zhangxiang and Zhang Linchuan, had already mastered some A-class Taoist techniques before reaching the 6th class. Then, could the gap be closed? What was the difference between them and the strong cultivators who opened the gate of heaven and earth? Lin Jingren gave the answer. The strong cultivators who opened the gate of heaven and earth could almost merge with heaven and earth. They could see the flow of heaven and earth qi and immediately see the loopholes of Taoist technique. This was reflected in the battle when they defeated the powerful Taoist technique that Zhang Linchuan was still preparing. But that was not all. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lin Jingren appeared in front of Zhang Linchuan. Only then did everyone notice that he was still stepping on a water dragon wave. He actually stepped on this offensive Taoist technique and completed the close distance. After opening the gate of heaven and earth, he had a new understanding of all Taoist technique. He greatly shortened the time to make gestures and could also quickly develop other changes. Zhang Linchuan was still in the air, but Lin Jingren's hand was already on his body. The outcome seemed to be decided. Chapter 56. Boom. Lin Jingren stuck close to Zhang Linchuan and was about to activate his Dao technique. Zhang Linchuan exploded. This was not an exaggeration, but an objective description. The thunder and lightning that had been accumulating for a long time exploded on his body. His hair stood on end, his body was charred black, and there were flashes of electricity. At the same time, Lin Jingren, who was standing right next to him, was also caught up in the blast and was sent flying. After falling to the ground, he twitched. This was the first time Lin Jingren had been in such a sorry state since he entered the battle. And it was a high-grade second-tier Dao technique, lightning strike, that caused this effect. However, to everyone's surprise, the target of Zhang Linchuan's Dao technique was himself, not Lin Jingren. When Lin Jingren interrupted his A-grade Dao technique, he did not try to maintain it at all. Instead, he immediately activated the instant-cast Dao technique engraved in the Tongtian Palace and directly attacked himself. This was undoubtedly a very risky and even crazy move. If Lin Jingren did not choose to attack at the first moment, or even if he was a little slower, Zhang Linchuan would very likely be the only cultivator who was defeated by his own Dao technique in this three cities Dao discussion. He would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, he won the bet and won himself a slim chance of victory. Lightning strike injured 2 people. After all, Lin Jingren had just entered the 6th stage and had not reached the peak of the 6th stage in all aspects. Zhang Linchuan, who was proficient in thunder techniques, actually recovered a few breaths in advance. Zhang Linchuan quickly formed hand seals, wanting to seize this opportunity to completely finish off his opponent. But his face suddenly froze. He found that the Tongtian Palace was empty. This Dao technique could not be completed. Only then did he notice that there was a translucent blade of grass about 5 steps in front of him, swaying in the wind. He recognized that it was the elemental grass, a low-grade 3rd-tier Dao technique. Its effect was to increase the consumption of Dao energy within the area affected by the elemental grass. Its disadvantage was that it could not distinguish between friend and foe. However, Lin Jingren had already opened the Heaven and Earth Gate and could be replenished by the Heaven and Earth Essence Qi at any time. Zhang Linchuan was still in front of the Heaven and Earth Gate and could only rely on the Dao energy reserves in his Tongtian Palace to fight. 1, 2, 3. The more Zhang Linchuan counted, the angrier his face became. Without his knowledge, Lin Jingren had planted a total of 9 energy guiding grasses in the battlefield. If not for Lei Meng's interruption, he would have laid down even more. Lin Jingren clearly had a huge advantage, and victory was clearly within his grasp. Yet, Lin Jingren still buried such a method. How reliable and cautious was this fellow? Zhang Linchuan's Dao energy had been completely depleted under the guidance of the 9 essence drawing grass. The opportunity for victory flashed by and disappeared. Lin Jingren recovered and leaped into the air. I lost, Zhang Linchuan said in a hoarse voice. He already had no chance of winning, so of course he wouldn't give Lin Jingren the chance to abuse him. Maplewood City had missed the opportunity to win 3 times in a row. They had missed the most important opportunity to enter the National Academy. But no one blamed Zhang Linchuan. Throwing Lei Meng on his body, how cruel was that? Moreover, he was a guy who cared a lot about his image and demeanor. Looking at his charred appearance, who could say that he didn't want to fight? Even Dong A didn't say anything. He couldn't say that this disciple didn't try his best. Actually, to Zhang Linchuan, it wasn't that he had no chance just now. As long as he was willing to disintegrate a Dao vortex, he would be able to temporarily obtain a large amount of Dao energy and seize that opportunity to defeat Lin Jingren. However, in that case, even if he won the battle, his cultivation would return to the 8th stage and he would be stuck there for the rest of his life. Then, even if he really entered the National Academy, what was the point? Although the honor of Maplewood City's Dao Academy was important, he couldn't risk his future. The referee announced the result. The winner of the Dao exchange in the 3 cities was Lin Jingren, a 6th-stage soaring dragon cultivator from Wangjiang City's Dao Academy. Next year, he would be a new student of the National Academy. His future was bright. Maplewood City had obtained 2 inferior champions, so their reputation hadn't declined. Only in this Dao exchange, the 3 mountain cities' Dao Academy didn't obtain anything. Jiang Wang saw that Zhao Tiehe, Yang Xingyong, and the others' eyes were red. But this was competition. Fragrance of 3 fragrances. Miss Miaoyu was facing the mirror and gently applying rouge with her pinky. Behind her, a black-robed old man was kneeling and begging, "Saintess, please make a move. Otherwise, our people will all die. I told you not to be greedy. When you heard about the Netherworld candle, you seemed to have lost your souls. What's the use of begging me to make a move now? The Phantom of the Ghost Gate was sent to the Yun Nation. What can I use to fight Wei Kuji? We are old and muddle-headed, but the Bone Messenger also agreed, heh. Miaoyu smiled. Then ask him to make a move. The black-robed old man was speechless for a moment and only kept kowtowing. As soon as I appear, Wei Qiuji will immediately kill me. Not to mention, Dong A is eyeing us covetously. We don't have a chance. Her voice was both angry and resentful. Back then, who asked you to not leave the phantom of the ghost gate to me? The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and said, It's not easy for our bone path to accumulate strength. So many fellow Taoists died in vain? All right. Don't quarrel here. I've already set up a backup plan. Calculating the time, the netherworld candle should have been safely sent out. As for those fellow Taoists, Miaoyu paused and closed the rouge box. If they die, then so be it. Because the defenses were tight and the arrangements were appropriate, the chaos in Maplewood City was abruptly quelled. In the end, the news of the netherworld candle's appearance was too sudden. The bone path simply didn't have time to make more stable preparations before they were faced with a choice. The significance of the netherworld candle to the bone path made it impossible for them to refuse. Meanwhile, Wei Qiuji and Dong A had already set up an inescapable net. The outcome had actually been decided before the beginning. Not a single person the bone path sent out this time would survive. However, this didn't mean that the outcome was already decided, because the bone path was actually prepared to be completely wiped out. As long as they succeeded in obtaining the netherworld candle, the bone path wouldn't have lost. On the Greenwood Avenue, the peddler carrying a load was still slowly advancing. He was already very familiar with this city, as if he had been here since birth. He had expected Wei Qiuji to set up an ambush, but he hadn't expected the offensive to be so fierce and well prepared. He clearly understood that the fellow Taoists who came this time were most likely doomed. However, he wouldn't die. Even though the incident had happened suddenly, he was very clear about this city. He was clear about where the main force of the city guard would be if they were fully deployed. He could easily avoid them. There was a small path on the left in front of him, and this path passed by a bathhouse. He planned to soak in the bath and wash off the dust. The goods could be left with the bathhouse master. Master Song was very honest and wouldn't touch his things. Who would have thought that such a precious netherworld candle would be casually left with an ordinary bathhouse master? He could even sleep in the bathhouse for a while, and when the situation calmed down, he could swagger out of the city. In short, he wouldn't die. However, he saw a bald head just as he stepped onto this small path. Perhaps he was from the Buddhist sect? However, this bald head's face was too fierce, and he didn't have the image of a Buddhist at all. I smell something strange, the bald head said. Moreover, he even licked his lip. The peddler suddenly felt a strong sense of fear. He gathered his Tao energy and prepared to fight. At this time, he discovered that his heart had already disappeared. The entire world sank into eternal darkness. Holy Maiden, is that the scenery at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness? He finally thought. Chapter 57. No matter what kind of expectations everyone had, the Three Cities Tao discussion was finally over. The onlookers of Maplewood City dispersed, still discussing excitedly. The results of the Maplewood City Tao Academy this time could not be considered bad, and they felt honored. Most of the ordinary people living in this city did not know what had happened today. The bloody battles in the dark rooms, the fights in the corners of the streets, and the entanglements of life and death had passed silently. It was as if the air had been annihilated in the air. The waves caused by the white bone path were calmly eliminated, and there was not even a trace of blood on the street. The few commoners who had accidentally witnessed the battle were also ordered to keep their mouths shut. To most people, today's event in Maplewood City was just a very exciting event. Transcendents were not immune to pain, and ignorance was not necessarily bliss. As for Wei Qiuji, the 17 heads of the White Bone Path cultivators piled up in front of him, as well as the more corpses that were not qualified to be collected, had washed away his humiliation. Wei Kuji said to Dong A, "Today, I've taken my revenge. Why don't we organize the disciples of the Tao Academy to recite the Great Elder's Bitter Salvation Sutra a few times and expiate the souls of those who died tragically in Xiaolin Town?" As the lord of a city, he could finally make a sacrifice to Xiaolin Town under his rule. Of course, this was not a difficult matter. The Great Elder's Bitter Salvation Sutra was a commonly used expiation sutra, and almost every Tao sect cultivator knew it by heart. However, Dong A's attitude was very cold. What's the use of expiation when the soul has been scattered? Wei Kuji only felt that this fellow was simply unreasonable. They had just finished cooperating, but he did not even have a good face. With such a personality, it was no wonder that he had been chased out of the Zhuang capital back then. When the cultivators of the Three Mountains city left, Jiang Wang specially went to send them off. He had sincere admiration for Yang Xingyong, and he also respected the will of the cultivators of the Three Mountains city in this Tao discussion. Compared to the vast and mighty team of Wangjiang City, the cultivators of the Three Mountains city seemed even more lonely. If Dong A had not personally treated them, they would not have been able to return to the city with all of them. These people had fought too hard. Yang Xingyong was very happy that Jiang Wang came to see him off. "I admit defeat. You are very good. I will challenge you again next year." The two of them chatted for a while. Jiang Wang was a little hesitant, but he still asked, "The Three Cities Tao Symposium isn't the County Academy examination. Why are you all working so hard?" Yang Xingyong fell silent. "I'm sorry. If it's not suitable, just pretend I didn't ask," Jiang Wang said sincerely. "Because of us. Because of Tri-Mountain City. It's very difficult." Sun Xiaoman, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "Tri-Mountain City has many mountains, many wild beasts, and many ferocious beasts. Wild beasts are still fine since they are equivalent to food, but ferocious beasts are troublesome." With Sun Xiaoman's explanation, Jiang Wang roughly understood Tri-Mountain City's predicament. The human race rose to power in the ancient era, but before that, they did not have an easy time. Although it was said that the human race was the spirit of all things, in fact, the human race was generally born with blocked Tao meridians. Only a very small number of geniuses could manifest their Tao meridians and be born with the ability to cultivate. On the other hand, all monsters had naturally manifested their Tao meridians. Later on, a peerless powerhouse of the human race invented a pill recipe and made it public. That was the prelude to the rise of the human race. The name of this powerhouse had been lost in the long river of history, but his pill recipe had been passed down forever. This pill recipe was the original meridian unlocking pill. The main ingredient was the Tao meridians of monsters. From then on, the human race would no longer be limited by talent. They could cultivate as long as they had the meridian unlocking pill. This also meant that an era of frenzied monster hunting had begun. Before he started cultivating, Jiang Wang had always been puzzled by a question. In such a torrential cultivation era, why had the human race, with their strength, not been able to clear out the wilderness? Why did the countries in the world only maintain the open roads and allow wild beasts and monsters to run amok in more areas? Because these monsters were resources. In a sense, these monsters were food that had been released to the wild. The wild beasts and the environment in the wilderness were only needed to maintain the ecological conditions of the wild. After all, monsters that were favored by the heavens and had manifested their Tao meridians naturally could not be kept in captivity. Ferocious beasts were a different kind of existence. They were generally very strong, but lacked spirituality. Even their meat could not be eaten. Simply put, the destructive power of ferocious beasts was not much weaker than that of monsters, but their bodies were worthless. Hunting ferocious beasts was something that only caused losses and no benefit. However, Tri-Mountain City had no choice but to do it. This caused Tri-Mountain City to suffer long-term losses. All powerhouses needed to accumulate resources, but Tri-Mountain City always spent more than it received. Even more terrifying was that there were too many ferocious beasts in Tri-Mountain City. It was impossible to kill all of them. They destroyed the official roads, attacked villages, and ate humans. Tri-Mountain City's environment meant that most of the food was transported from outside. It was impossible for the locals to be self-sufficient. However, the lack of smooth official roads actually increased the risk of transportation. Tri-Mountain City's Tao Academy had suffered heavy casualties in the hands of the heart-devouring demon. Tri-Mountain City was even more lacking in manpower. The maintenance of the official roads was Tri-Mountain City's responsibility. If they wanted to ask the manor to send experts to sweep the area, they would have to pay an equivalent amount of resources. As for Tri-Mountain City, they simply couldn't take out any extra resources. Therefore, even though eldest senior brother Chu Ping had died in battle, Tri-Mountain City's Tao Academy still saw the Three Cities Tao discussion as their last straw of hope. They fought to the death in the arena not for their own glory, but for the people behind them who were struggling to survive in Tri-Mountain City. Do you know? Every time we win, at least 10 more people in Tri-Mountain City can survive. Yang Xingyong's eyes were clearly red. He lowered his head. As long as we perform well. He felt guilty for his defeat, even though he had done his best. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. He patted Yang Xingyong's shoulder. I got lucky and took first place in this year's Three Cities Tao discussion. I feel guilty for taking it. I'll transfer the 50 Tao merits to you at the Tao Merit Hall when I return to the Tao Academy. 50 Tao merit points was not a small amount. Although it could not solve Tri-Mountain City's problems, it could alleviate their urgent situation. Taking a step back, 50 Tao merit points was equivalent to half a meridian unlocking pill for a Tao Academy disciple whose name was recorded in the Tao archive. It was equivalent to half a transcendent cultivator. This was the strength that Tri-Mountain City needed the most right now. How is this appropriate? Yang Xingyong looked up in shock. Sun Xiaoman had already punched Jiang Wang in the stomach. We're definitely friends. She had wanted to punch Jiang Wang in the chest, but unfortunately, her height did not allow her to do so. Jumping up and doing so would spoil the atmosphere, so she could only punch Jiang Wang in the stomach. Jiang Wang felt a mouthful of blood clot in his throat. If it weren't for the fact that the Four Spirits body tempering technique was extremely powerful, he would have been done for. This little girl's fist strength was terrifying. Of course, Jiang Wang knew that this little girl was not shy. He could even see the uneasiness and awkwardness hidden under her bold smile. She was just unwilling to give up the help that the people of Tri-Mountain City could receive because of her shyness. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Even if they could see each other off for 1,000 miles, they would still have to part in the end. Jiang Wang stopped outside the city gates and watched his new friends leave. Sister, buy me a new set of clothes. The little fatty, Sun Xiaoyan, was wrapped in a large black hooded robe and walked in a secretive manner. His clothes had been torn to shreds during the battle. I don't have money. I can't go home like this, right? It's so far away. How many people will see me? What if I'm exposed? So what if they see you? You're still a child. Chapter 58. Apart from Ling He, almost no one understood why Jiang Wang had given away the Tao points he had obtained from the Three Cities Tao discussion. However, no one would interfere. Jiang Wang didn't owe anyone anything. Apart from Jiang Anan, he didn't need to be responsible for anyone. However, while chatting with Zhao Ruqing, Jiang Wang still expressed his apologies. Ruqing, I should have helped you gather a meridian unlocking pill first, but, Zhao Ruqing laughed. There are many difficult people and things in the world. Can you help them all? I don't have any great ambitions to help the world or save the world. However, since some things have happened, I can't just ignore them. You didn't see their red eyes. Those people didn't even frown when they were bleeding and risking their lives. Jiang Wang sighed. It reminds me of those senior brothers who locked themselves in their rooms and cried secretly after we returned from Little Lin Town. My third brother. I'd rather you have some great ambitions. Zhao Ruqing smiled and said in a half-joking tone, one good guy like boss is enough. Jiang Wang was silent for a while and said, I just want you to know that it's not that I don't care about your future. I was indeed soft-hearted at the time. We brothers do missions together and accumulate Dao points very quickly. The citizens of Three Mountains City might not have so much time to wait. Zhao Ruqing looked at him. I also just want to tell you, I really don't need it. Your talent is very good. You shouldn't waste it. It's because happy things are always related to waste. Zhao Ruqing smiled. Is it a waste to buy a smile? However, I'm happy. Is it a waste to waste time? However, I'm happy. I have money, I have talent, but what about it? Wasting it makes me happy. Jiang Wang said, Boss didn't hear that. Otherwise, he would definitely lecture you for half a day. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ruqing laughed. That's why every time he lectures me, I immediately tell him that I'll go back home and work hard. After saying that, I'll run away. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked past the main gate of the Dao Academy. Only then did he realize that there was a shirtless man hanging above the jade lion on the left side of the gate. His hands were tied to a branch that grew horizontally. The branch belonged to a strange tree that grew on the wall of the courtyard. No doubt it was condensed by Taoist magic. This person had his head lowered, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His exposed skin was fair, but he was a little skinny and didn't seem to have any muscles. A wooden board was hung around his neck with the words, "Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors is an unforgivable crime. Let it dry for 3 days as a warning to others." The more Jiang Wang looked at him, the more familiar he felt he was. After taking a closer look, he finally confirmed that this person was Huang Azan. What happened? He asked Zhao Ruqing. Zhao Ruqing held back his laughter and said, Last night, he wore a mask and smashed Xiao Tianyan's door, but he was caught red-handed. Isn't this a demonstration of the consequences of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Why would he do that? Jiang Wang was confused. Of all the people to mess with, why would he mess with Xiao Tianyan? Maplewood City's Dao Academy's 3 untouchables, the Skill Academy's Xiao Tianyan, the head of the cafeteria, and Ding Dong in the morning. It was said that Ding Dong had a bad temper when he woke up. Every morning was when he was the most likely to get angry. During this time, everyone avoided him as much as possible. The Dao Academy's cafeteria actually had a variety of dishes that didn't lose to ordinary restaurants. The only problem was that you couldn't be picky about what you ate. It all depended on the mood of the head of the cafeteria. Therefore, it was natural that he was not to be messed with. Ranked first was the Skill Academy's Xiao Tianyan. It was clear that he had cast a deep shadow over the Dao Academy's disciples, and Huang Azan actually dared to touch the tiger's butt. It couldn't be helped that he was extremely daring. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ruqing laughed out loud. Weren't we in charge of welcoming the cultivators of the Three Mountains City? An instructor said that his image wasn't good enough, so he didn't let him lead the team and let Boss Ling lead the team instead. That instructor was Xiao Tianyan. After the 3 cities Dao debate, Huang Azan got angrier and angrier. Last night, he drank some wine and decided to teach Xiao Tianyan a lesson. Jiang Wang. He was a living person, why did he seek death? Huang Azan originally wanted to lower his head and let his hair down to hide his identity. But he couldn't stop Zhao Ruqing from doing his best to explain, and his laughter was so cheerful. Hearing this, Huang Azan's anger rose in his heart. Brother Ruching. Being hung up, he couldn't express himself well. But he still flipped his long hair and showed an extremely friendly smile. Help me out. Yes. Zhao Ruching answered happily. Then, he suddenly turned around. I forgot something important. He hurriedly strode away. Huang Azan bared his teeth and slowly looked at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang pointed in Zhao Ruching's direction. I'll go see what he wants. He also ran away. It was obvious what Huang Azan was planning. But even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to let Xiao Tianyan down. One had to know that Huang Azan had a lot of bad friends, but where was there even a shadow of a person? They didn't even go through the main entrance. They were planning to go through the back door these days. When it came to important things, Zhao Ruching didn't lie. Today was October 12th, the second day after the Three Cities Dao discussion. It was also Jiang Ainan's birthday. Jiang Wang had prepared for this day. Jiang Wang had ordered the sliced mutton and mutton soup from Caoji Mutton Shop, pastries from Gui Xiangzhai, charcoal pot from Du Duong. They would be delivered directly to his house. He also went to the market early in the morning to buy a lot of fresh ingredients, ready to show off his skills for his dear sister. Because it was still confidential, Zhao Ruching didn't stop him. Last night, Ling He mysteriously went out of the city, saying that he was preparing a surprise for Jiang Ainan. Zhao Ruching asked someone to buy new clothes for Yunxiangzhai and was about to go back to get them. Jiang Wang didn't inform the others, in case they were suspected of preparing gift. He could ask Huang Azan to come over for a gathering. Ainan was very familiar with him, but him being hung up on a tree was a very interesting show. It could be said that everything was ready, except for Ainan's school. Jiang Wang calculated the time and temporarily separated from Zhao Ruching. He went to Illustrious Virtue Hall alone. He was going to take Jiang Ainan home. If Jiang Ainan had other good friends, such as the girl named Qingji, he was going to invite them home to play. Today was Jiang Ainan's birthday. It was her first birthday without her mother. It could be said that it was the conclusion of his life with Jiang Ainan. He wanted Jiang Ainan to have a happy birthday without any worries. This was the most important arrangement that Jiang Wang had made in recent times. Zhao Ruching held a box of custom-made clothes from Yunxiangzhai in his left hand and a luxuriously decorated brocade box in his right. There was a smoke jade inside. It was a good material for Dharma weapons. When worn, it could warm and nourish one's qi and blood. The clothes from Yunxiangzhai were already expensive, and the smoke jade was even more priceless. But to young Master Zhao, money was nothing. When he arrived at the Jiang family's house in Pegasus Alley, the door was tightly shut. Zhao Ruching didn't care. He directly jumped in and put down the gift. He found a reclining chair in the courtyard and leaned against it happily. After a while, Ling He ran out of the courtyard, panting. He didn't even have time to clean the mud on his clothes. He was holding a huge turtle in his hand. It looked at least 300 years old. This big turtle had been running rampant in Green Willow River for a long time. Ling He had discovered it long ago, but this time, he spent a lot of effort to catch it. He planned to give it to Jiang Ainan to raise so that she could live a long life. If she didn't believe in this, he could make soup for it. He was much more honest. Seeing that the door was locked, he planned to wait outside. Zhao Ruching heard the noise and broke the lock from the inside to let him in. Then, the person who delivered the mutton, the charcoal pot, and the pastries also came. Time passed little by little. Finally, Jiang Ainan returned home and found that the lock was broken. She opened the courtyard door and saw a table full of delicious food, as well as Ling He and Zhao Ruching, who were carrying gifts. "Where's your brother?" Ling He asked. "Where's my brother?" Jiang Ainan asked. They said in unison. Today was Jiang Ainan's birthday. Ling He and Zhao Ruching both came with gift. Jiang Ainan returned home by herself. Jiang Wang didn't come back. Chapter 59. Let's return to the moment Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing parted ways. Jiang Wang had walked the road to illustrious Virtue Hall countless times. He was especially familiar with all the food on the road, the good and the bad. This was Maplewood City, the place where he had lived and cultivated for many years. As he walked in this city, he felt a sense of calmness and peace of mind that was hard to find anywhere else. Because he was so relaxed, when the figure crashed into him, he couldn't dodge in time. No, perhaps he had tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit. This collision felt very strange. Under normal circumstances, they were not pushed away by the force of the impact. Then, because of their different bases, they were either knocked down or not moved at all. Instead, they were stuck together. In other words, this collision seemed to have produced a suction force, not a repulsion force. This was too strange. Jiang Wang looked at the black-robed man who was standing so close to him that his hair stood on end. He had a strong intuition that this person was extremely terrifying. He was no match for him. The difference in strength was so great that if he wanted to use his identity as a disciple of Maplewood City's Tao Academy to escape and warn the other party could definitely kill him and then leave easily. Looks like you're that guy's junior brother. The black-robed man leaned close to Jiang Wang's ear and said, "Can I stay at your place for a few days?" Jiang Wang nodded stiffly. "Very good." The black-robed man pulled away, allowing Jiang Wang to see his face under the hood. His face was rough, rude, and had a natural sense of viciousness. "You're a smart person. You should know not to do stupid things." Jiang Wang finally noticed that this person's hooded black robe was very similar to the black robe of the little fatty from Tri-Mountain City. At the same time, this person was bald. Without much time to think, the bald man's gaze was very dangerous. First, Jiang Wang was certain that he could not bring this dangerous person home. Neither Zhao Ruqing nor Ling He could help him. They would only be implicated by him. Not to mention that he had an at home. "But I live in the Tao Academy dormitory." Jiang Wang swallowed and did not hide his fear. "I'm an inner sect disciple. Oh, I've opened my meridians, but I haven't laid the foundation yet. Telling the truth is the beginning of a good cooperation." The bald man turned around, seemingly satisfied. He put his hand on Jiang Wang's shoulder and walked side by side with him. "But I believe you have a way, right?" On the street, people came and went, but no one noticed anything strange about them. In other words, Jiang Wang had to work harder to appear normal so that he wouldn't be killed immediately. Jiang Wang's mind raced. First he said, "That guy's junior brother. Who was the guy the baldy was talking about?" Furthermore, this baldy was wearing the same black robe as the little fatty from 3 Mountains City. Jiang Wang had a bold guess. Could it be Zhu Weiwa? In that case, the identity of this bald man was obvious. Heart-devouring demon, Xiongwen. During this period of time, Zhu Weiwa had been constantly pursuing Xiongwen, and he'd even missed the 3 cities Tao discussion because of this. Who would have thought that this Xiongwen would be so audacious as to actually sneak into Maplewood City to play a trick? This was a 6th-stage soaring dragon realm cultivator who had opened the heaven and earth gate. Even if he had the 4 spirits body refining technique and the Eastern purple chi sword art, it was impossible for him to defeat this person who was 3 stages above him. There should be a way, but I have to think. Can I think about it? Jiang Wang wasn't the kind of genius who calculated everything. He tried to stall for time. "You can. But don't take too long. Because my patience isn't very good." The bald man appeared very tolerant, and even patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. The two of them walked forward with their arms around each other, like a pair of close friends. Jiang Wang continued to analyze. The day before yesterday was the 3 Cities Tao Discussion Conference. He had sensed the conflict hidden after the conference. He didn't investigate the matter that had nothing to do with him. However, Zhao Ruqing had casually mentioned that it seemed to be Wei Qiuji's revenge for the tragedy of Little Forest Town. Now that he thought about it, the only thing he could be sure of was that the city must have been heavily guarded during those 2 days. However, this bald man hadn't leaked any information at all. It was clear that he was skilled in concealing his track. Then, what was the reason for him to appear on the street and find a random person to look for a new hiding place? There was only one explanation, and that was that his previous hiding place had already been exposed. In other words, Zhu Weiwa had already sensed that he was hiding in Maplewood City. Perhaps his chance of survival lay here, but obviously, if this bald man was really Xiongwen, he would have also noticed this point. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave anything behind to warn Zhu Weiwa. Playing tricks under the nose of a soaring dragon realm cultivator was undoubtedly courting death. Jiang Wang continued to think about where to go next. He didn't dare to walk in the direction of the city lord's mansion, nor did he dare to go to the Dao Academy. Without a doubt, those 2 places were life-saving places. However, this bald man was no fool. What method did he have? He definitely couldn't use his own strength to estimate the strength of a soaring dragon realm cultivator. During the 3 cities Dao discussion, he had already seen Lin Jingren's battle strength. This Xiongwen was definitely not weak. Thoughts appeared one after another, but were rejected one after another. His head was in a mess. He almost despaired, but he couldn't despair. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to pick up An today. Would An go home by herself? Would she be afraid? Then he thought of that little girl called Qingji, and that unfathomable old man surnamed Gui. Perhaps he quickly discarded these thoughts. He definitely couldn't bring danger to Jiang An. However, when he thought of An, he felt a surge of strength. I have a friend, Jiang Wang said with difficulty, but I can't directly take you to where he lives now. I can't harm him. The bald man looked interested. And then? He has a courtyard in the clan land. He hasn't lived there for a long time, and it's very quiet. No one will disturb him. Jiang Wang carefully added, but the problem is, his clan is relatively strong. If we aren't careful, it might be a bit troublesome. Oh? How strong? The bald man's voice had a trace of undisguised contempt. The local clans of Maplewood City were indeed nothing in his eyes. It's one of the 3 major clans, the Fang clan. They might have a bit of extraordinary strength. I'm not very clear about the specifics. The friend Jiang Wang spoke of was naturally Fang Pingju. Looking at the entire Maplewood City, within Jiang Wang's known range, apart from the City Lord's Mansion and the Dao Academy, the only ones that could cause trouble for the Heart Devourer demon were the 3 major clans. Among them, he had no enmity with the Zhang clan and the Wang clan, and Fang Pingju had a murderous grudge with him, and Fang Heling had always been pestering him. Last time, he had even fallen out with Fang Zihu. Most importantly, of the 3 major clans, he was indeed only familiar with the Fang clan, and had only been to the Fang clan's land. In the small courtyard in the Fang clan's land that he described, Fang Pingju had once drank and chatted with him, and they had also talked through the night. Now, it was up to the bald man whether or not he agreed to this choice. When it came to his own safety, the bald man thought for a while, then said, "Lead the way." Jiang Wang's heart relaxed. The first obstacle passed. Chapter 60. The Fang clan was located in the west of the city. In other words, all the wealthy families in Maplewood City were gathered in the West District. Among them, the Zhang clan was located in the east, close to the city lord's mansion. The Wang clan was located in the north, close to the armory. The Fang clan was located in the south, closest to the 3 fragrant brothel, Datong casino, and other money-squandering establishments. The other clans were scattered in between the 3 clans, serving as a buffer. From Jiang Wang's current location to the Fang clan, it was naturally closest to the city lord's mansion. However, the bald man obviously wouldn't agree to this route, and Jiang Wang wouldn't even mention it. He suggested that the two of them go through the south gate, through the commoners' area, to Datong Casino, and then through the Three Fragrant Brothel, directly to the Fong clan. This route took a long detour, but it was undoubtedly very safe for the bald man. The journey was very smooth. When they encountered patrolling city guards, Jiang Wang even took the initiative to cover for the bald man. Now they finally arrived at the Fong clan. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Pegasus Alley, Jiang clan. Ling He suddenly stood up. We can't wait any longer. They all knew very well that on such an important occasion as Jiang and Anne's birthday, Jiang Wang couldn't possibly not appear. At first, they thought that Jiang Wang had gone to prepare some other surprise, but it was almost night. No matter how prepared the surprise, it couldn't be missed. Something must have happened to Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing stopped Ling He. Boss, you stay here with Anan. I have many people at home. I'll go take a look. The Zhao clan was rich, so they naturally had many people. If they really went out to find someone, they would be more useful than Ling He. And An definitely needed someone to accompany her. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wang was found, if something happened to An, Jiang Wang wouldn't forgive them. Ling He naturally knew this, so he could only acquiesce. The aroma of delicious food had been dense for a long time. Anan was very hungry, but she didn't have an appetite. Where did Big Brother go? She asked. Zhao Ruqing winked at Ling He, then said, He should be going to Phoenix Creek Town to buy some candies for you. Didn't you always say that you wanted to eat some candies from Phoenix Creek Town? Grandpa Zhang's house. Jiang Anan added crisply. Yes, Zhao Ruqing said, but it's getting dark. I'm afraid your brother can't see the road clearly. I'll fetch him with a lantern. The so-called Fong clan's land did not have a clear boundary, nor were there any walls or fences that separated the inside from the outside. It was just a large area that had been agreed upon by the Fong clan for generations, and had gradually become the clan's territory. We'd better sneak in and not alert the others, Jiang Wang suggested. Otherwise, if they ask about you, I won't be able to explain. There was no reason to bring outsiders to a friend's house. Jiang Wang's suggestion was very reasonable. Where is the small courtyard you mentioned? Jiang Wang pointed in a direction with great familiarity. But in his heart, he was pondering. His biggest disadvantage was that he had yet to lay his foundation, while this Baldy was a 6-stage soaring dragon realm expert. The gap between their realms was like a chasm. But his biggest advantage was also that he had yet to lay his foundation. He had yet to lay his foundation, but by relying on the Transcendent Sword Manual and the military school's body tempering technique, he was able to surpass the strength of an ordinary wandering realm cultivator. This was something that the Baldy could not foresee in advance, and it was definitely beyond his expectations. Jiang Wang had been pleasantly surprised once. He had been given an unexpected opportunity. There was only one time. Along the way, the Baldy had maintained his posture of holding Jiang Wang's shoulder. At this moment, he only gave him a light tug. The two of them turned into shadows and entered the shadow of a passerby in front of them. After following this person for a while, the Baldy finally pulled Jiang Wang out. And then? Where do we go? Jiang Wang did not conceal his surprise at this secret technique. After looking at the road, he pointed in another direction. The Baldy laughed softly. This shadow concealment technique is not difficult to learn. As long as you follow my instructions, I can teach you. Then, he pulled Jiang Wang into the shadows. After a few more times, the sky was completely covered by the darkness of night. The two of them floated into the small courtyard that Fang Pingju had once brought Jiang Wang to. This almost silent leaping technique caused Jiang Wang's vigilance to increase by a few degrees. Fortunately, this place had not been arranged for anyone to live in. It was just abandoned. This small courtyard had been left to Fang Pingju by his deceased father. because of its special location, almost no one would come here. Of course, even if this courtyard had been allocated by the Fang clan, Jiang Wang would still have something to say. His friends almost never came back to live here, so it was normal for them to let their clansmen live here. Moreover, he had not been here for a long time, so it was reasonable that he did not know about it. Smelling the dust in the courtyard, which had not been inhabited for a long time, the Baldy nodded in satisfaction. According to his habits, he would naturally immediately kill someone and dig out their heart. However, Jiang Wang had already begun to explain to him naturally. 3 rooms in front of this courtyard is a large dining hall. You can go there and steal food. With his back to the Baldy, Jiang Wang pointed in the direction of the dining hall. My friends dislike the restrictions in the clan, so they rarely come back to live here. Then, he turned and said, the patrol time of the Fang clan guards is sword light flashed. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wang suddenly drew his sword. The first move of the killing technique of the East Rising Purple Chi sword, the fastest of the 5 killing technique. However, this move was not meant to attack the Baldy. Instead, it was meant to bring Jiang Wang over the high wall and into the courtyard next door. The Baldy was not a procrastinator, but Jiang Wang was talking about the patrol time of the Fang clan guards, which was very important for him to hide here. However, he did not expect this person to explode in the middle of his words. What the Baldy did not expect was that this kid, who had yet to establish his foundation, would have such a fast sword move. This was far beyond his expectations of this level of strength. His grab missed. Who dares to trespass into the Fang clan's ancestral hall? Jiang Wang had just jumped into the courtyard next door when he heard a shout. An old man with white hair and beard jumped out of the room. Yes, the small courtyard that Fang Pingju had once lived in was next to the Fang clan's ancestral hall. This was what Jiang Wang relied on to delay. After Fang Pingju's father had no hope in cultivation, he was arranged to stay here as the Fang clan's ancestral hall guardian. Of course, he was not the real guardian. He was only in charge of cleaning the courtyard and cleaning the memorial tablet. This was actually a form of humiliation. He silently endured it, but placed all his hopes on his son. Fang Pingju grew up in this courtyard. After his talent was gradually revealed, he was unwilling to move to another courtyard. Jiang Wang had a plan. After meeting the white-haired old man, he turned and fled. At the same time, he activated his Tao energy and shouted, "Heart-devouring demon! Today I'll make you pay." Xiongwen, who had chased into the Fang clan's ancestral hall, and the white-haired old man were both shocked. The former was shocked that his identity had been discovered, while the latter was shocked by the fearsome reputation of the heart-devouring demon. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Now that the two of them were facing each other, there was no reason for them not to test each other. In particular, the white-haired old man was overseeing the Fang clan's ancestral hall. How could he abandon his duty and leave just because of a noisy reputation? When he leaped out of the room, he had already started preparing his Tao technique. He had originally planned to target the sword-wielding thief, but now, he rubbed his hands together, and arrows with floating feathers flew out. The Fang clan's Tao technique, 1,000 feather arrows. To be honest, this Tao technique was not as profound as the Tao techniques taught by the Tao Academy. In fact, it was much cruder. The seals were complicated, and the floating feathers were flashy but impractical. The Tao Academy's Tao techniques were constantly changing, and this was also the reason why the clan's cultivation method was gradually declining. However, the old man had been immersed in this Tao technique for many years. He was extremely familiar with it, and with his 8th stage heavenly cycle cultivation, his might could not be underestimated. However, Xiongwen only roared angrily. His tyrannical Tao energy activated sound waves, and many of the floating feather arrows were scattered. He casually shattered a few arrows that were aimed at his vitals, and his entire body crashed into the white-haired old man's body. One hand out heart. With Jiang Wang's shout, his whereabouts had already been exposed. He had to escape as soon as possible and end the battle quickly. Therefore, he used lightning-fast method. He would rather suffer light injuries to instantly kill his opponent. Xiongwen looked at the shriveled heart in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground. Disgusting. The white-haired old man did not expect that he would not even be able to withstand a single blow. However, he was determined to give his opponent a surprise. He looked at his old heart that was getting further and further away. Using the last of his strength, he activated all the Tao energy in the Heavenly Connection Palace and sent it all into the token seal in his hand. A brilliant radiance erupted. The entire Fang clan's ancestral hall was enveloped by a layer of clear light. At the top of the clear light, the phantom of a red-crowned crane stopped. Its long body stood upright, and its eyes were cold. The white-haired old man used the last of his life to activate the Fang clan's ancestral hall's protective array. He could vaguely hear the cry of a crane. Chapter 61. The Fang clan's ancestral hall was protected by a formation, but they could not bear to use it. After all, it consumed Tao origin stones, and the Fang clan did not have much of such a precious item in storage. Every time it was used, there would be one less. However, at this moment, facing the infamous heart-devourer demon, the white-haired elder did not dare to close his eyes even after death. He could not imagine how long the rest of the Fang clan could last if he was killed instantly. Would the few consecrators of the Fang clan really risk their lives for the Fang clan? In this ancestral hall, the ancestors of the Fang clan were consecrated, and represented the roots of the Fang clan. Therefore, even if he was dead, he had to do something before he died completely. He hoped that the crane spirit formation that had protected the Fang clan's ancestral hall for many years could trap Xiongwen. It would be best if he could wait until the Tao origin stones ran out of energy. At that time, the news would definitely reach the city lord's residence. He believed that although Wei Qiji was strict, he would not hold back in this kind of time. The Fang clan would be saved. The white-haired elder whose heart had been dug out died, but he still stared at the night sky, unable to rest in peace. Xiongwen was furious, but his mind was shaken. He had a fierce reputation and had been pursued countless times. Randomly moving his hiding place was his habit, because if he himself did not know where he would hide next, the people chasing after him would have no logic to rely on. However, he never thought that such an ordinary action of randomly moving his hiding place would cause so many accidents. He remembered the face of the sword-wielding lad, but finally decided to leave at this moment. Being in Maplewood City, he could only suppress his killing intent. However, the crane spirit formation did not care about his thoughts. In the entire area covered by the formation, only Xiongwen was so aggressive. The crane spirit's shadow on top of the clear light flapped its wings, and charged towards Xiongwen with a sharp cry. Xiongwen's body was instantly enveloped by a layer of blood mist. He rose from the ground, and blood flames ignited on his fist. Wherever the blood mist touched, the ground turned black, and the fallen leaves rotted. When the blood flames burned, it was as if the air was also dispelled. He used his fist wrapped in blood flames to violently and nakedly clash with the crane spirit's sharp beak. The crane spirit's shadow collapsed in an instant, and the clear light that enveloped the Fang clan's ancestral hall also dissipated. The battle in the ancestral hall had alarmed many people. The first to arrive were the two consecrators of the Fang clan. They were both ninth-stage Wandering Meridian cultivators, followed by the Fang clan guards nearby. But they all stood far away, intimidated by the figure that defeated He Ling in midair, not daring to move a single step. The expert, shrouded in blood mist and his fists wrapped in blood flames, only lowered his head to look at them. His gaze was oppressive, but also ferocious and cruel. Based on Xiong Wen's original temperament, he was bound to kill everyone in front of him. However, he was able to differentiate between slow and slow. As a result, the bloody flames dispersed and the bloody mist dissipated. His entire body fell to the ground like a rock, smashing into the shadows and disappearing from everyone's sight just like that. The entire area around the Fang clan's ancestral shrine was completely silent. They didn't even dare to bluff and yell. Fang Zihu and his son had also arrived at the scene, but they were as silent as statues. The Fang family was one of the 3 major families in Maplewood City. They had their own prestige and prestige. However, to an expert like Xiongwen, he was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow. Xiongwen had barged into their clan's ancestral shrine, killed their ancestral guardian, and broke their ancestral guardian array. They could only look on helplessly. This night was so humiliating. Large patches of ink dyed the sky. Everyone was as silent as a scene. A speck of fire appeared. That speck of fire was very faint. It was like when a piece of firewood suddenly made a crackling sound and then exploded into a spark. However, it gave this night a bright color. Then, there was a deafening howl. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that the spark was not a spark at all. It was the tip of a spear. The entire spear pierced through the night. The end of the spear was held in a slender and powerful hand. It brought out a man whose black hair was as black as ink, and whose face was so sharp that no one dared to look at him directly. It was unclear whether the spear was bringing him along, or if he was holding the spear. Together with the spear, he pierced through the night and landed on the ground. The shadows were broken. Heart-swallowing demonic bear one leapt up from the broken shadows. Blood mist suddenly appeared on his body. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhu Weiwa." He was Zhu Weiwa. This spear was the famous Xian Jin spear of Qinghe County. Xiongwen let out a strange howl. Tears of blood suddenly dripped down from his eyes. From 3 Mountain City to Maplewood City, he had already exchanged blows with Zhu Weiwa no less than 10 times. From the disdain at the start to the vigilance later on. Now there was even a trace of fear that he himself would never admit. This fellow's strength had increased too quickly. It was as if he had risen a level with each battle. Otherwise, why would he, the heart-swallowing demonic bear one, need to hide here and there? At this moment, Zhu Weiwa's spear had forced him out. He also chose to fight with his life at the first moment. Tears of blood dripped down. The blood flame that originally only covered his fist suddenly expanded and enveloped his entire body. However, Zhu Weiwa only responded with an arrogant smile. "Caught you!" His body leaned forward. His right hand shook slightly and the spear that was stuck in the ground was lifted up. With the tip of his spear as the starting point, the shattered floor tiles and mud soared up in a straight line. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over. Just like that, Xiongwen walked in the air while being enveloped by the blood flame. He did not care about the earth dragon that was charging towards him. All the shattered floor tiles and mud were instantly corroded into nothingness upon contact with the blood flame. The Blood River sect's soul-devouring blood flame was just so evil and tyrannical. Of course, its most terrifying aspect was that it could devour souls. And now, Xiongwen had used his life-risking secret technique, increasing its power by 70%. Facing Xiongwen's full-power explosion, Zhu Weiwa did not dodge or evade. His hand shook as he pointed the spear at Xiongwen. "You've made the blood-weeping cuckoo sound so unpleasant." Instead, he charged forward. In that instant, flames exploded with the spear tip as the center. A sea of fire appeared under the night sky. Zhu Weiwa charged forward with the sea of fire. The blood flame and the sea of fire collided. The spear tip and the fist collided. Zhu Weiwa and Xiongwen fought with all their strength. Xiongwen faced east and west. Zhu Weiwa faced west and east. Xiongwen charged from top to bottom. Zhu Weiwa charged from bottom to top. They faced each other head-on, deciding the victor. Victory and defeat would be decided in an instant. The blood flame was extinguished by the sea of fire. More than half of the sea of fire was also corroded upon contact. But victory and defeat had already been decided. From the moment Xiongwen chose to flee for the first time, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. The sea of fire quickly rolled forward. Xiongwen retreated rapidly. After being burned by the flames, more than half of the black robe on his body was burned away, revealing his dazzling bald head. His eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were all bleeding. This caused his originally fierce face to become even more sinister and terrifying. He used all the strength in his body to retreat, but looked straight into Zhu Weiwa's eyes. At this moment, he definitely did not dare to turn his back. When he had caused havoc in 3 Mountain City and thrown off the criminal division, his injuries were already not light. But now, he was caught up by this lone spear-wielding fellow. After exchanging a few blows, he felt that something was wrong and decided to leave first to recuperate. But Zhu Weiwa was like a maggot in his bones. No matter how he tried, he could not get rid of him completely. Since 3 Mountain City, he had been fleeing and fleeing. He did not have the time to recuperate at all. Before his old injuries were healed, new injuries were added. In the end, his injuries were so severe. He decided that if he could escape this time, he would no longer care about his face and freedom. He would definitely beg his boss to save his life. He wanted to wash Maplewood City with blood. He wanted to kill all 18 generations of Zhu Weiwa's ancestors and that sword-wielding scoundrel. He would definitely slaughter his entire family. His mind was in turmoil. The hatred in his heart was hard to resolve. Xiongwen looked straight into Zhu Weiwa's eyes. He saw a trace of purple in that pair of eyes that were as bright as a spear. Purple Qi comes from the east. The Son of Heaven pulled out his sword. Purple Qi comes from the east. The feudal lords look to the west. Chapter 62. What entered Zhu Weiwa's eyes was the 5th move of the Purple Qi East Rising sword art, Purple Qi East Rising. Purple Qi surged, the sword like a rainbow. Jiang Wang, with his sword in the most resolute manner, charged from east to west, crashing into Xiongwen's chest from behind. He then abandoned his sword and leapt away, avoiding Xiongwen's possible counterattack before his death. But Xiongwen's exhausted body had no more strength left. His terrifying, malevolent body fell helplessly and decisively. He crashed onto the ground, no longer blending into the shadows. However, his eyes were still wide open in disbelief. He didn't dare to believe that he had died just like that. He also couldn't understand why that despicable and weak little thief didn't take the chance to escape. Instead, he had been hiding here all along, that kind of silence, that kind of forbearance, that kind of silence. And at this moment, he had stabbed out with this fatal blow. This was so sudden, so unexpected, yet so breathtaking and so perfect. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Jiang Wang slowly stood up. Jiang Wang had been betting tonight, betting that since Zhu Weiwa could chase after Xiongwen, he would definitely have a way to catch up to them. No matter how they concealed their tracks, it was only a matter of time. He was betting that if he didn't return in time, Ling He and Zhao Ruqing would definitely think of a way to find him. As the champion of the 3 cities Dao Exchange, the Dao Academy definitely wouldn't ignore his disappearance. This would give Zhu Weiwa wonderful clues, and he didn't need to do anything. Therefore, he took the initiative to help Xiongwen conceal his tracks, to win a short period of trust. In reality, what he needed to do was just to delay Xiongwen. Therefore, he purposely brought Xiongwen around in a big circle, so that he could sneak into the Fong family, so that he could flip over the Fong family's ancestral hall and activate the Fong family's ancestral hall. But that wasn't all. This Xiongwen was ruthless, powerful, and extremely daring. It wasn't that he couldn't do something like return. Zhu Weiwa could withstand it, but he couldn't. Perhaps he could hide far away, or even never appear in front of others, until this Xiongwen died. But how could Jiang Anan hide? Therefore, he had to kill Xiongwen tonight. He absolutely could not allow Xiongwen to escape. For the entire day, his life had been in the hands of others. Now, he was going to personally end this person's life. This kind of extreme and intense psychological feeling caused the Tao essence in his heavenly palace to surge endlessly. That tiny true spirit of the earth dragon Tao vein shuttled back and forth as it breathed in and out. But Jiang Wang just turned around and walked outside. Wait! It was Zhu Weiwa's voice. Jiang Wang turned around and saw Zhu Weiwa pointing in the direction of Xiongwen's corpse. He raised his chin and said, "Your spoils of war." An expert of Xiongwen's level would definitely have many good items on him. What Zhu Wei means is that he can do whatever he wants. But Jiang Wang didn't dare to be greedy. It was already very fortunate that he was able to keep his life. He knew very well who was the main character tonight. It could be said that if it wasn't for Zhu Weiwa, Xiongwen could have easily killed him before retreating. Even if he had not used that sword, Xiongwen might not have been able to escape. He had only cut off that minuscule possibility, and definitely did not believe that killing Xiongwenjin was his own doing. So he just smiled tiredly and said, "It's all senior brother's work. Junior brother doesn't dare to take the credit." With that, he didn't turn back and walked into the night. Zhu Weiwa smiled and said to the silent Fong clan members, "Send the corpse to the Tao Academy in one piece. I'll have to trouble you." With that, he turned the spear around and carried it on his shoulder before walking away. He wasn't worried at all that the Fong clan members would covet the items on Xiongwen's body. He saw it very clearly. If the Fong clan members had the guts, they wouldn't have just lost an old man guarding the shrine. Only after he had walked far away did Jiang Wang hear a sudden cry from the Fong clan grounds behind him. The old man guarding the shrine was the only 8th stage heavenly cycle realm cultivator of the Fong clan. He was one of the few remaining elders of the Fong clan's previous generation and also a pillar of the Fong clan. Even though he already had a grudge with the Fong clan, Jiang Wang still felt guilty towards this old man. But he had no other choice. This world was so cruel. He could only struggle to survive. There was one more thing he hadn't revealed just now. The instant he killed Xiongwen from behind, something flew out of Xiongwen's body and hit him. At first, he thought it was Xiongwen's counterattack before his death, but he later discovered that it wasn't, because he actually felt a kind of transparent comfort. A white phantom flashed before his eyes, as if some kind of restraint had been undone. At this moment, that thing appeared in Heavenspan Palace. It was a short, black candle. It hadn't been lit yet. The Earth Dragon's true spirit was currently circling around it. Jiang Wang didn't have time to experience it any further, because he saw Zhao Ruqing holding a lantern and guarding the road ahead, waiting for him. Zhao Ruqing didn't ask Jiang Wang what had happened tonight, and Jiang Wang also didn't ask Zhao Ruqing what efforts he had made tonight. They were talking about something more important. "Where's Anan? Boss is taking care of her. Children are very easy to coax. When I said you went to Phoenix Creek Town to buy a candy figurine for her, she believed me." Jiang Wang's expression turned bitter. "Where am I supposed to find a candy figurine now?" "Ha ha!" Zhao Ruqing laughed proudly, took out 5 lifelike candy figurines, and waved them in front of Jiang Wang. "I really did send someone to Phoenix Creek Town to buy them. In 3 Fragrances restaurant." Miaoyu was talking to the man wearing the bone mask when her expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Miaoyu murmured, The bone seed I planted has disappeared. The man with the bone mask put his hands behind his back. The bone seed you planted? When? Who did you give it to? Miao Yu came back to her senses and glanced at him with a faint smile. Mind your own business. Don't meddle in my business. The man with the bone mask didn't argue and melted into the ground. After this person left, Miao Yu regained her contemplative expression. Could it be? She suddenly stood up and sat down again. No, I'm not sure yet. I have to be careful, more careful. Pegasus Alley, Jiang family. From the bright sky to the setting sun and then to the cold night. Jiang Ainan's expression became more and more dispirited. Ling He accompanied her by her side and tried his best to coax her. But he didn't have the talent for coaxing people, and he was absent-minded, so it didn't work. Jiang Ainan didn't hate Ling He, but to be honest, Brother Ling wasn't as interesting as Brother Rucheng. As for Brother Duyehu, he looked too fierce. Of course, these brothers were very good, but all of them added together couldn't compare to her own brother. She wasn't very happy. In the words of the teacher, it was probably sorrow comes from within, and it can't be cut off. Alas! Jiang Ainan was dejected. Only candy can solve my sorrow. A lifelike candy figurine appeared in front of her, then the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. The 5 candy figurines spread out in a row. Behind the candy figurines was Jiang Wang's smiling face. Jiang Ainan, happy birthday! From today you are 5 years old. Chapter 63. On the night of Jiang Ainan's birthday, apart from Jiang Wang, who was regretful that he didn't have time to show off his culinary skills, everyone had a great time. After the festivities ended, Zhao Rucheng returned home. He sat quietly in his study for a while before he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Thank you for your hard work today, Uncle Deng. Although Zhao Rucheng's sitting posture was casual, his tone was filled with respect and intimacy. The housekeeper of the Zhao estate, who was addressed as Uncle Deng, stood properly and smiled warmly. That burnout spear was very good. Every generation brings forth new talent. I feel like I'm getting old. How can that be? When we walk on the street, people think you're my older brother. Uncle Deng's expression didn't change. He only said, Seniority is order. Zhao Rucheng opened his mouth. He probably wanted to say something, but he knew that it was useless, so he could only remain silent. It was Uncle Deng who spoke. I didn't expect that at my old age, I would act again just to buy a little girl's favorite candy figurine. Zhao Rucheng smiled mischievously. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Deng. That little girl is very cute. Zhao Rucheng was very proud. Of course. That's my little sister. Uncle Deng looked at him and repeated, She's very cute. The smile on Zhao Rucheng's face suddenly disappeared. There was even a trace of sorrow on that handsome, almost always indifferent face. He was silent for a while and said, I understand. On the second day of Jiang Ainan's birthday, Aunt Song asked someone to deliver a jade bracelet. It was a birthday gift for Jiang Ainan. Because of the long journey, it was late by a day. Along with it was a jade pendant for Jiang Wang. She probably wanted to curry favor with Jiang Wang because she was afraid that he would stop her from contacting her daughter. After seeing the gift, Jiang Ainan didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she liked it very much. She put it away in her little box like it was a treasure. For Jiang Wang, his encounter with Xiongwen instantly extinguished the little bit of arrogance he had after winning first place in the Three Cities Dao Exchange. However, he also gained considerable benefits from this battle. First of all, after killing Xiongwen, the amount of Dao energy in the Heavenspan Palace skyrocketed. It wasn't far from the completion of the foundation. Next was Zhu Weiwa. After fulfilling the mission of killing the heart-devouring demon, he very justly waved his hand and gave him 500 Dao points. It was said that Zhu Weiwa himself had obtained more than 6,000 Dao merit points during this mission. However, his Dao merit points on the Dao merit points board had decreased instead of increasing. He was only left with 1,000 Dao merit points. No one knew what treasure he had exchanged for. Compared to Jiang Wang and the others who had to scrape together 100 Dao merit points, it could only be said that it was not difficult for true experts to obtain Dao merit points at all. As for the final reward, it was the black candle that had somehow appeared in Tongtian Palace. This was probably a treasure, but no matter how much Jiang Wang studied it, he couldn't figure it out. Right now, the most important thing for cultivation was to lay the foundation, which could only be explored in the future. Of course, Jiang Wang would prepare a meridian unlocking pill for each of Zhao Ruqing and Jiang Anan. As a disciple of the Dao Academy, Zhao Ruqing could directly exchange 100 Dao points for a meridian unlocking pill. As for Jiang Wang, he hadn't used his own share yet, so he left it for Anan. Zhao Ruqing accepted Jiang Wang's Dao merit points without hesitation. He even asked with a grin, "Third brother, I've taken a fancy to a magic sword that's worth 500 Dao merit points. I've saved up some for myself, but I still need some. Can you help me?" Jiang Wang was very rich at this moment. He was very generous. "How much do you need?" "For 99. It really was a little." Jiang Wang kicked him. Scram. However, after thinking about it, he still sighed. "I still need to leave 100 Dao merit points for Anan to exchange for a meridian unlocking pill. I'll give you the remaining 300 Dao merit points." "Don't." Zhao Ruqing stopped him. "What? You can still give me Dao merit points. However, you should think about opening Anan's meridian unlocking pill again." Jiang Wang didn't quite understand. Shouldn't opening meridian unlocking pill as soon as possible? If you're worried about the dangers of the transcendent realm, there's no need. I don't plan on letting Anan enter the Dao Academy. Cultivating in the Dao Academy was actually heavily subsidized by the imperial court. Thus, in terms of obligation, the disciples of the Dao Academy couldn't refuse some compulsory conscription missions. For example, cleaning the official roads, hunting down heretical demons, and so on. Danger was unavoidable. Jiang Wang had the Dao development platform, so he didn't need to worry about cultivation technique. Moreover, he could be Anan's teacher himself. In the end, he didn't expect Anan to become some kind of expert. He only hoped that she could be healthy and have some ability to protect herself. Zhao Ruqing laughed bitterly. "Didn't you say it's not good to open meridian unlocking pill earlier?" He hesitated for a moment, but still said, "If you want to open Anan's meridian unlocking pill, then don't use the Dao Academy's meridian unlocking pill." Jiang Wang's frown deepened. "Is there a problem with the Dao Academy's meridian unlocking pill?" "That's not it," Zhao Ruqing said straightforwardly. "The meridian unlocking pill that can be exchanged for in the Dao Academy is of the lowest grade. Boss is already at this age, so we can't delay any longer. Anan is still young, so we can wait a little longer. If you want to open Anan's meridians, then you have to do your best to give her a better one. This way, her future cultivation path will be smoother. I'm not saying that using the lowest grade meridian unlocking pill will stop her from walking the Great Tao. Many experts also rose to prominence under the worst conditions, but it's still more difficult. If this had happened before, I wouldn't have said this to you. After all, in an environment like Maplewood City, how many people would fight over something like the meridian unlocking pill? It's already rare to have one. However, after you killed Xiongwen, an elder of mine said that you have a chance. You have such a chance, and you can grow. In the future, you will be able to obtain better meridian unlocking pills for Anan. Anan is also my sister, so I hope that she can have less hardships in the future." Jiang Wang silently digested this for a while. He had always known that his youngest adopted brother had secrets, but he had never questioned him. Just like how he had obtained the key to enter the great illusionary realm, none of his brothers had questioned him. However, now it seemed that Zhao Ruqing's hidden secret was even greater than he had imagined. After all, just his knowledge of the cultivation world was not something that could be nurtured by an ordinary family. After all, Fang Pingju came from one of the three major surnames of Maplewood City, yet he had betrayed them for a meridian unlocking pill. However, in Zhao Ruqing's words, this meridian unlocking pill was not even worth mentioning. He even knew that if he had not said that he wanted to open Ainan's meridians, Zhao Ruqing would not have said these words. Meridian unlocking pills are divided into grades? Jiang Wang asked. Of course. You know that the main ingredient of the meridian unlocking pill is extracted from the Dao veins of a monster. However, there are strong and weak monsters, so there are naturally good and bad Dao veins. Do you think that the meridian unlocking pills refined from different grades of Dao veins will be the same? The meridian unlocking pill you obtained from Zhuguanglia is definitely not simple. The elder of my family said that your meridian opening was perfect, and it perfectly developed your potential. Jiang Wang fell silent. He silently observed the small earthworm true spirit in his heavenly palace for a while. He really could not see how it was related to perfect meridian opening. Wasn't this the lowest grade earthworm meridian? Red Heart Survey Reader Group 879927532. Welcome everyone to chat and discuss the plot. Chapter 64. The walls of the cave emitted a dense white light, as if they had entered the body of some giant skeletal beast. After walking through the long tunnel, they saw that there was another world inside. In the center of the cave, a scarlet carpet was spread out. The masked bone messenger and the red-clothed Miaoyu stood on both sides. Behind them were a few black-robed men, and they were vaguely divided into two groups. The scarlet carpet stretched to the end. At the end, bones were the stairs, and flesh and blood were the platform. On the high platform, there was a seat with ferocious bone spikes. On the seat, there was a skeleton. It was weak and shriveled, as if it would fall apart with a gust of wind. However, a voice sounded from the skeleton's empty mouth. Who can tell me where the netherworld candle went? A black-robed old man knelt on the ground with a thud. I'm useless. The voice was still empty, as if there was no emotion. Then who can tell me who is responsible for this disastrous operation? The black-robed old man glanced at the bone messenger from the corner of his eye, but he saw that the bone messenger did not move at all, and had no intention of speaking up for him. He could only kowtow fiercely. I deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and was horrified. Great Elder! Please! A cold wind seemed to blow past. A black robe fell to the ground, and under the black robe, there was only a pile of bone powder. He died just like that. Indeed. The skeleton continued. The white bone path has been passed down with difficulty until now, and many of its cultivation techniques are incomplete. The netherworld candle is a treasure of our sect, and its inheritance is hidden. It can help me complete the lost cultivation technique. However, you are so useless that you missed it for nothing. At this moment, the bone messenger said, I remember that the Holy Maiden has a backup plan. Miaoyu smiled charmingly. With the messenger's first move, there will be a backup plan. However, it has already been a few days. There's no news of my people either. I don't know if they were killed by Wei Qiji or eaten by some wild cat or dog. The bone messenger smiled. What first move? Why don't I know? All right. On the white bone seat, the skeleton said, since Wei Qiji used the netherworld candle as bait, it means that he already knows that our white bone path stepped on his face. But he didn't know what the dark abyss candle meant to us. After he has killed enough people, he will not be so concerned about the dark abyss candle. I want you to dig 3 feet into the ground and find out who has the dark abyss candle. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads. Also, I have been making some big moves in the Cloud Kingdom recently. You all should keep a low profile. After the Great Elder finished speaking, the skeleton instantly fell apart. The white bones scattered on the bone seat. Meow Yu waved her hand, and everyone in the cave dispersed, leaving only the Bone Envoy and her. The white Bone Envoy snorted and said, Third Elder used his body as a guide to condense the phantom image of the gates of hell. Is it for him to show off in the Yun Nation? Isn't that so? Meow Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Great Elder doesn't seem to be interested in finding Daozi right now. Ha 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 ha. The Bone Envoy left with his hands clasped behind his back. Daozi isn't here, so he's acting as the Sacred Master. If a Taoist appeared, he would really only be the Great Elder. What do you think he will choose? Jiang Wang was absent-minded every time he came to the academy. This was because he had yet to lay his foundation. No matter how eloquent the instructors were, he could only practice in his heart. He couldn't quench his thirst, and he couldn't gain a deep understanding. Compared to the other students, Jiang Wang was more willing to attend scripture classes. He enjoyed listening to the old teachers explain the principles of Great Tao and the classics of the saint. However, he didn't dare to skip these classes in the academy, especially when this class was taught by Xiao Tianyan. No one remembered Xiao Tianyan's real name anymore. Although he was only in the 7th stage reaching heaven state, his mastery of various basic Taoist techniques was profound. He was skilled and experienced. Before the class started, Jiang Wang sat on the cattail hassock, somewhat absent-minded. He was still recalling the Blessed Land Challenge last night, but he couldn't analyze any more details. When the battle started, he didn't even have time to draw his sword before he was killed by an arrow. He dropped from the green jade altar to the light altar, which ranked 25th. His monthly merit points decreased by another 100 points, leaving him with only 1650 points. In addition to the 190 points left from deducing the 4 spirits training technique, he had a total of 1,840 merit points. Outside of the Great Illusionary Land, he had 400 merit points left on the Taoist merit ranking. These were all of Jiang Wang's possessions related to cultivation. Although Zhao Ruqing wouldn't use the Academy's Meridian Unlocking Pill to open his meridians, he still exchanged for one. He probably wanted to hide something. He didn't want to talk about it in detail, so Jiang Wang didn't ask. According to this kid's boast, he would use the most perfect Meridian Unlocking Pill to open his meridians. Unfortunately, he only had one and couldn't give it to Jiang Anan. Jiang Wang then asked him how many merit points he needed to exchange for this most perfect Meridian Unlocking Pill. Zhao Ruqing didn't give him a specific amount. He only patted his shoulder and told him to work hard. In short, there was still a long way to go before he could raise his sister. While he was still in a daze, Xiao Tianyan had already walked up to the podium. Jiang Wang quickly collected himself and pretended to listen attentively. Some people shouldn't think that their tails are in the sky just because they have some small achievement. The path of cultivation is very long. Young people, you must set your sights further. Xiao Tianyan coughed. Alright, let's talk about the specific application of the stone skin technique in battle. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand why he was being targeted again. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. Instead, he became even more serious. After the class, as soon as Xiao Tianyan left, Huang Azan came over from the corner. Ah, that dead-faced guy. How can you tolerate him targeting you like this? Come with me tonight and smash his window. How about it, do you want to do it? When he saw Huang Azan, Jiang Wang immediately understood why he was being targeted. This was probably what it meant when the city gates were on fire. He was usually close to Huang Azan, so Xiao Tiemian took note of him. If you want to go, go by yourself. Of course, Jiang Wang wouldn't play dumb with him. Let me tell you, this time I have a thorough plan. Stop! Jiang Wang stopped his long-winded speech and changed the topic. We have a meal with senior brother Li Jianqiu. Do you want to come? Humph, you just don't believe me. Let me tell you, last time I was drunk. Otherwise, based on his Xiao. Huang Azan saw Jiang Wang turn and leave. He quickly chased after him. I'll go. Zhao Ruqing threw out a sentence carelessly. We'll split the cost of the meal. Huang Azan pretended not to hear. He hugged Ling He's shoulder and began to talk about his counterattack plan. Ling He had a generous personality. Although he definitely wouldn't wallow in the mire with him, he wouldn't deliberately despise him either. Young Master Zhao really couldn't do anything to this senior brother from last year. His skin was so thick that it couldn't be penetrated. The organizer of this meal was Li Jianqiu. He invited Jiang Wang and told him that he could bring some friends. The location was at vegetarian restaurant. This restaurant's style was higher than Wang Yue restaurant. However, it mainly served vegetarian dishes. Jiang Wang and the others who ate big pieces of meat and drank big bowls naturally didn't come here much. When they entered the private room, only Li Jianqiu sat alone. Everyone was already familiar with each other. There wasn't much politeness, and they directly started to eat the delicacies. Du Yehu disliked vegetarian dishes the most. He especially scoffed at those so-called divine skills that used vegetarian dishes to make the taste of roast chicken or beef. His reason was that after spending so much effort, why not just eat roast chicken or beef directly? Zhao Ruqing summed it up with the word style. However, it was useless to argue with him. Fortunately, Du Yehu wasn't present now. The others didn't have his problem. During the meal, Huang Azan talked about some anecdote. It was said that after Lin Jingren returned to Wangjiang City, he was very satisfied. During the welcome banquet, he publicly announced that he was invincible in the three cities Dao discussion. There was no one in Tri-Mountain City and Maplewood City. Zhu Weiwa had just returned to the Dao Academy. After hearing about this, he took his spear and left. He went down the Green Willow River with a lone boat and followed Qing River to Wangjiang City. They should have already exchanged blows by now. Jiang Wang said suspiciously, from Lin Jingren's performance in the three cities Dao discussion, he's not someone with such a personality. He shouldn't have said those words, right? On the other hand, Li Jianqiu laughed. Senior apprentice brother Zhu just found an excuse to beat him up. Who cares if he said those words or not? Since it's spread, then let's just treat it as if he said those words. He had interacted with Zhu Weiwa more, so he naturally understood him better. Although Jiang Wang had only met him once, he also felt that what Li Jianqiu said was very similar to Zhu Weiwa's style. Domineering. Amazing. Senior apprentice brother is mighty. Alright, he's not here. He can't hear you flattering him. Li Jianqiu waved his hand and went straight to the point. The beast calamity in Tri-Mountain City has been very serious recently. Yesterday, their city lord issued a reward and invited experts to help them eliminate the beast. This is the largest operation in Tri-Mountain City in recent years. I'm preparing to form a team and go over. How about it, are you guys willing to go with me? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.